All right, good morning, everyone. Marco tells me that we're live here
I didn't even notice until Mark and
on YouTube with
mentioned. Said smell it.
the 2023 NSR Western State Championship here
You can smell it. Yeah.
at Electric Dreams in El Segundo.
Mark was like, yeah. When I went down the
We're
street,
about to get started with the first of 7 heats for today.
yeah, I tried. I don't know, but I'm still getting used to the feeling. You know what I mean? Like,
Things are just getting, everyone's just getting in place. The first heat of drivers would appear to have arrived. We're going to begin with Carlo Babiles on red, David Collin on white, Don Campbell on green, Chris Snyder on blue, and Dewan Clark on yellow. It's like they're leaving the
so we'll have 2 minutes. So
black lane free for these first 3 heats. The first 3 heats will only have 5 drivers versus the 6 that the track can handle. Some later heats will have 6 drivers per heat, starting with the fourth heat.
Are they really, really that?
And that's when the fast guys start to show up by the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th heats.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
We'll get to see the fastest drivers. We're going to have a number of races today. We're going to start out with these 7 heat races, and that'll decide who qualifies for the semifinals.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably just put it on the windshield.
There'll be 2 semifinal races and then a final race.
Grab it.
Will determine the NSR Western State champion.
That's the number that you're supposed to put. Where does it go? Where does it go? That makes sense. That's what I'll do.
Where the numbering is right there.
Okay, guys, we have 4 more minutes before the warm up. 4 minutes. We're gonna start right at 9.
All right, apparently it's 4 minutes to 9, and at 9 o'clock we're going to get going. The drivers will get a short warm-up, and then they'll have their heat race. It's a little early here in the morning, so now we're getting a little woken up. Things will get more exciting and active as the day wears on. Hopefully you can all hear me well. I'll try to get some feedback on that later in the day or soon. Just make sure the broadcast is going well for everybody who's out there in YouTube land listening to us. Maybe there aren't many of you yet this morning, but we'll be there, and this is recorded for later. Camera's going to be switching around, showing you different camera angles, so you can see the track from above, from the sides, see the drivers, see the action. And I'll try to give you some color commentary here as we go.
Greens here in El Segundo.
And Victor Dabrowski
This morning, the news is saying red
will run the races for us.
wind advisory.
So we'll hear him calling out the lanes, the lap times.
Advisor. And looky here. I'm so pleased to be able to race with this fine gentleman who's had a career at Sonic. Is it Sonic Products? Yeah. Say hi to Phil. Good morning, everybody. And where's those cameras? Zoom in on those cameras. They're watching us. They're watching us. This is 24/6. So here we are. We'll start off with the cars in the first heat. The bottom qualifiers. I'm designated
Dennis Hill. Cause he. Yeah, let him run the car. Let him run the car until Don gets here if he's coming. Oh, he's not gonna make it. Okay. Okay, never mind. You have to do it left-handed. I was trying to talk Tim into coming, but he's definitely sick. I was gonna have you run, but I guess he's got car problems. Like civilian car problems, real car problems. Oh, geez.
Here we go, 1 minute, go ahead.
All right, we're going to start off with a 1-minute warm-up for the drivers.
The power supply on the
They're
bottom.
going to come out.
The what?
Power supply.
Yeah, just turn the button on and it'll work. There you go.
There we go.
All right, there's the first sound of slot cars this morning. They're coming around.
Blue, please, blue.
30 seconds.
These first few guys will get some opportunity to warm up their cars. They'll be cleaning the track a bit, it seems. Track sat overnight. But it sat here in this closed room. It shouldn't really be very dusty, but guys are
10 seconds.
having a little trouble getting going here. And something that's different in today's format is I'm actually qualified for one of these races.
1 more minute. Looks like the track's a little cold.
I had a tough go in my qualifying, so I only made it to Heat 2. But I've got some good friends in Heat 2, and we're going to have a great race. So this is Heat 1. Heat 2 will be at 9:40 today.
So you really can go deep. Okay. If you don't like it, turn it off, right? Seriously? So get on it. You got stop. So get on now. Go. Okay, stop. Let's do it. Like, just so I can get used to it, you'll really like it.
Okay.
I mean, it's instant break.
Get away from there.
30 seconds.
It looks good, Duan.
Feeling good.
You're staying in, that's the main thing.
Yes, sir.
It stops.
Yes, it
Still
did.
get carried away. But it will stop.
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen you run that good ever. Are you ready?
This is the third manufacturers championship that we're running here at Electric Dreams this year. This is for the NSR
Yeah, let's go ahead and run more and then we'll clean them again.
cars from Italy.
You'll find you really like it.
And everyone's racing the same model. Everyone is racing an NSR Mosler. The Mosler is one of the quickest sports cars that NSR makes. And these are the latest chassis with some just basic mods and cleanup. They're essentially box stock cars with a change of tires.
You're clear.
So it's pretty equal in a sense. It's almost an IROC class in the sense that they're all using the same car, same model.
Different liveries.
Different liveries, that's right. That's what makes the cars different. Each guy's got his own car. But the setups are pretty identical, so it should make for some really good racing today. I think you'll find the
10 seconds.
final heats really exciting. These will be fun too.
Just tried something and it worked.
But these are the slower qualifiers.
Left hand, Marco.
And the track is not warming up. Well, the drivers are getting warmed up, but they're still having a little trouble with traction.
One set. Oh. I'm sorry. Wrong way. Black 25 minutes.
10 seconds.
Go on. Tune it in, man.
Straight to black.
You're ready. Drive like that.
Guys, gonna have one more, right? Victor. Victor.
Marco, track sim on. That's my off-season project. Hey, pásame, please.
Oh, that's a healthy dose. That's true. That's true. The track being so cold this morning has
30 seconds.
proven a little bit to get it warmed up to the point where the cars are getting good traction. We want this to be a really good race for this first group, so they're dusting out the gutters and cleaning things up a little bit here. It's- Sure. Morning, Sam.
10 seconds.
Sam Rackman just stopped by. Say good morning. Got a lot of legendary drivers here in the house today. With Buena Park Raceway closing, everybody's coming here to Electric Dreams to get their slot car racing fix. And this is a good place to do it. They're lucky. They've got Marco Carvalho running the place. He's putting together a great program for everybody. He's a real advocate for slot cars. He's running a great store here. Looks good. Everything's clean. It's a beautiful place. Come by. Bring your kids. Bring your grandkids. Everybody has a good time here at Electric Dreams. There's lots of gorgeous cars to look at, full scale and all the scale cars. There must be, at least 1,000 slot cars here in the room that you can look at. There's probably more than that. And more than half of them are available to purchase. If you want to try to do some slot car racing yourself, we recommend it. It's definitely been something we've enjoyed for many years. I'm not a lifetime racer. I didn't race slot cars as a kid. I did race some go-karts and other things. But some of these guys been doing it since they were young, and it's been a great sport their whole lives. And now, retirement age, with a lot of us returning to it and having a good time, getting together. It's a reason to get together, for, amongst other things.
Okay, here we go. Marshall's ready. These are all volunteer term marshals. Finals for the NSR Western State Championship 2023.
All right, we're getting ready to go. Getting ready to go with a very heat, getting some shout outs to the legend. Bob was just mentioned. He's here in the house. Doing Bob was actually just recently at Buena Park Raceway, taking apart the tracks there. I was helping him. We got the tracks all ready. And Electric Dreams has purchased the Buena Park tracks and they put them in storage. So this is it. The first has begun.
That called straightaway on the floor or rider.
Good job, Dewan. Just like that.
Other than that is my choice on stopping the track. Stay on this lap.
That's it. The first heat has begun. Marco's filling in for Don Campbell, so that may,
Yeah, but he's supposed to be doing it left-handed.
yeah, that may swing the.
Serious? That's not fair. He has to do it left-handed.
Hey Marco, you're supposed to be doing it left-handed. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we.
2 minutes to go. Marco, Dewan, and Chris.
Keep it up, Dewan. Good job.
Because Marco has the fast time, 6:45. Actually, the real fastest one is Dewan, 7:63.
Good job.
That's it. So we got
And first down to 10. Go Dewan.
Carlos Bobelis is on red. David Collin on white. Don Campbell is on green. Chris Snyder's on blue, and Dewan Clark's on yellow.
It's okay. Nothing hurts
2, 1, go.
So your leader out there right now is Dwan Clark on yellow, followed by Chris Snyder on blue. And Marco filling in for Don Campbell.
Attention, 1 minute left.
But Carlo Bobeles has now moved into third on the red lane.
Great job, Juan, just like that.
Next racers, Craig Williamson, Bonzo.
Good one, Mark. Mark,
30 seconds.
good pickup on that one, Mark. I don't know about your execution. Uh-oh.
20.
Keep doing it. Great, Juan.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Juan, 22. Marco, 21. Chris,
I got everything. You can move the
Carlo,
control.
19. David, 19. Last time going to be Juan Clark at 7-3. Next racers, Craig,
Hey, morning.
Bonzo, Luis
Hey.
Martinez, Keith, and Jim Mondal.
Morning, Keith.
Those
Nothing.
that are racing this
No, that's it. They
race
just finished the first heat.
turn marshals for
Yep.
the next race.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So that's it.
30 seconds.
The first heat is in.
As always, no blue on your tie.
Get everyone up to speed here, familiar with what we're doing. If you're new to this stock car racing, just picking up on our broadcast, and I'll cover this a couple more times today for those of you. The way we race the slot cars is there's 6 lanes on the track, and each driver will run each lane during this race. This is a heat race or an elimination race. We're going to run 7 of these today and come up with
Attention, 1 minute
2
left.
groups of 6 drivers that'll then go into a semifinal races. So here we've completed 1 heat. Each driver's going to change lanes so that ultimately they'll run all 6 lanes. With 1 lane behind us, Dwan Clark is the leader with 22.21 laps. Chris Snyder has 21 laps. Don Campbell, 21 laps. David Collin, 19
30
laps.
seconds.
Point laps.
They say love is a brand, divorce is 100 grand.
Your car's right there.
Okay, controllers look up.
Getting ready to second heat.
Keep it in.
Three, 2, 1, go.
Great job, Juan. Yeah, the week's flat. Oh, it sucks. You're not racing him, let him go.
So as we approach 1 minute into the first heat, the leader of this heat is Carlo Bobeles,
786 on that. Great. Good pace right there.
followed by Chris Snyder and Dwan Clark.
First driver 10 was Marco, second driver, the second going to be Pablo.
784, great pace. Just keep her in. Great
Juan,
job.
784, Carlo, 759, Chris, 774, David, 883. Oh, paint swapper.
Great job,
So green lane is your leader currently, followed by yellow and black, then white and red. So it's Carlos
Track call.
on green.
3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left.
Carlo now the fast time, 7:55. Chris, 7:74. Yvonne, 7:84. David, 8:52. David says, man, that red is a long way around.
Thirty seconds.
You like it once you get used to it. It's just a little less power.
20.
20 seconds to go in this heat.
Carlo, even a little faster, 7:48.
Carlo, your leader, on
10
green.
seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Yvonne with 21. Chris with 21. Carlo with 22. Marco with 20. Carlo with 23. We got Yvonne with 43. Chris with 42. Carlo with 41. And David with 38.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Lane change now. Drivers are moving to their third lane for the morning.
Attention, 1 minute left.
There's no other place in the world you can hear 6 people using lane rollers. Foley artists in here.
At the Wool Festival, maybe. 45. Okay, hope everybody's enjoying themselves. I know it's early.
30 seconds.
It's all about having fun. Your electric dreams.
So we're about to start the third heat. The overall leader is Dewan Clark, followed by Chris Snyder and Carlos Bobiles.
Where's Chris at?
He's a tall guy down there. You can't miss him.
Kind of hard to find.
It's the pants, yeah.
What'd you say? He's got no pants?
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, with those pants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty easy to spot with those.
You can't win it on red, but you sure lose it. Like John D said, Eagles lost the race.
What do we got Chris Snyder doing down there on red? Chris Snyder in second place overall, working the red lane, trying to stay in the game. Red lane's the longest lane. As Victor just said, you can't win the race on red, but you can sure lose it over there. So it's important to Chris to have a good red heat. But the leader remains Dewan Clark, who's now on blue, followed by Don Campbell on black,
Great
and
lap.
Carlos Bobiles on yellow. Those are the leaders overall. Leader in this heat, Don Campbell, first to 8, followed by Carlos and Dewan with 8. So Don Campbell making a little move on the black lane.
First driver 10, Carlo.
But Don Campbell, of course, is Marco,
Then Yvonne.
filling in for Don, who had a little bit of car trouble this morning and didn't make it in time. His full-scale car had some problems making it to Raceway this morning. Hope you're having a great day, Don. We're missing you here. Don's one of the legendary racers who's come to join us.
David,
Whoops.
Take it easy, Gonzo.
Almost tripped here. So, for those of you who are wondering what that whoops is all about, someone just ran into me.
One now takes it with a 7-2-6, beats Carlos 7-3-2. Then you have par for 9, 7-4-7.
Attention, 1 minute left.
The 1 minute remains in the heat.
Great pace, Dewan. Just stay there.
Heat leader is Carlo,
Still at 2-6.
followed by Don and Dwayne. Dewan and they must be right side by side on the track. Yeah, there they are, yellow and black. That's a battle for second place.
30 seconds.
Devon now 7-1-6. He says, I'll show you how to get it done.
Seems like the drivers are warming up, tracks are warming up, lap times are dropping.
You got it, Mark?
Mark's always got it.
Oh, you're right. You have no traction.
Number
Track. Never mind.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Chris at 21.5. Dave at 22.5. Dewan 23. Gobble 23. Michael 23.
So now we got another lane change. Someone just coming by, giving me a hello, good morning. As Ian Douglas, our local champion. Ian's got a really strong chance of winning this today. He just stopped by to say hello.
I think that's the part. Is that the problem?
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left in the change.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute to restart the heat.
Four, once again, Craig Gonzo, Luis Martinez, Keith, and Jim Ronda for the next race. Make sure you guys are ready. Those that are racing, third marshal, next race.
30 seconds.
I've got a buddy of mine that cries every time he has sex, and I told him, well, that's your fault, I get sent to prison. Heat number 4.
Sorry about that, Chris. Yeah.
All right, there's the bell. We're getting ready to start this heat.
Right?
Let's go.
Number 4.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Dewan Clark
Power.
continues to lead,
One, 2 laps.
followed by Carlo.
Carlo's on the short lane, black lane.
This is Carlo's down on the short black lane. This is his chance to catch Dewan. Dewan's the overall lead.
A little easier, Dewan.
Dewan's down there on the white lane. That's a little
There you go.
bit of a challenge at times.
Good job. That's Marco.
Yeah. Marco filling in for Don Campbell is leading this heat. Followed by David Collin and Carlo.
One, 7-8-6. David, 7-8-0. Carlos, 7-8-9.
These drivers are still all
Driver 10, the second
having,
David.
with the exception of everyone but Marco, who's filling in for Don Campbell. The drivers are all in the 7-second lap times.
He won 76.
The next group of drivers should probably be able to go down into the 6 seconds lap times, the next heat. And by the end of the day, the fast guys, they'll do the high fives. They'll be doing 5.9s, maybe even 5.8s.
Oh, crap!
Ian Douglas qualified on pole with a yeah, let a younger guy go down there. Just dive. I was waiting to see you do it. So when the cars went out the track, under the track there, and they were all the 60-year-olds were fighting over who was going to pick it up.
Almost hit that turbo button, you know, launched it.
So
Here we go.
everybody's
3,
anxious to do their
2,
best jobs of
1,
marshaling,
go.
Minute 20.
and it's been wonderful. It's the slot car racing that's kept us so young, so I probably shouldn't even be talking about how many of us are over 60, but trust me, a lot of us are, and we're still having a great time doing this, and we're all still feeling healthy and great in life. Just by being on our feet here and all day long,
Attention, 1
keeps us
minute
busy,
left.
keeps us active, keeps our minds going, keeps us something to concentrate on. This is a great hobby. Gives us something to do on the days off, something to do on the weekends. You work on your cars when you're not racing with your friends. And they're good-looking cars, too, so we love doing that. We love collecting the good-looking cars.
Good lap.
30 seconds.
One, 755 on white. Chris, 747. David, 766. Otto, 739 on black.
Good lap, Dewan.
10 seconds.
I'm not helping you.
3, 2, 1.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
You want 22, Chris 22. David 23, Cargo 22 for an even heat. Cargo got the fast time, 739. He's in the running for a free trip to Hawaii. Problem is, playing these in 10 minutes from now. Okay, number 5 coming up.
It looks like Dewan is he technically continues to lead. At this point, Marco's out front. Don
Attention,
Campbell,
1
he's
minute
leading the
left.
overall, but
30
I have a
seconds.
feeling Marco will pull his car for a couple laps and the other guys rise to the top so we can get a real result here. So there's heats left, heat 5 and heat 6. Doing the lane change for heat 5. They're cleaning their tires, getting anxious to get out there.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Got 2 heats to prove themselves.
Seconds.
All right, just 2 heats to go. And Marco has stepped out as his fill-in for Don Campbell. Hey, Don, we miss you. We hope you're doing well out there. We'd like to see you here. So this is going to let these 4 drivers shoot it out for themselves. It's up to them. Now, in the end of the day, we're going to take the high lap totals for all of the drivers. There's 36 of us. And that'll determine who goes into the semifinals. So if they can rack up a bunch of laps here,
3, 2,
they can
1,
actually get into the
go.
semifinals.
Color? Black. Thanks, Sam. Well, yeah, because your hands are. Good lap, Dewan. Track.
Track call.
I didn't want him to hit.
That's our first track call of the day.
3, 2, 1,
Cars.
go.
No, maybe not the first. Actually, I guess there was that car on the floor. The car is difficult for the marshals to retrieve. The race director will stop the power, cut the power to the track, stop the track. and give the marshals time to collect the cars, rearrange, and put them on the track. And then they restarts the heat. Ideally, we don't have to do that much, but occasionally we will. So let's see how Dewan is doing here. I have to say I'm a little bit of a Dewan Clark fan. So I'm rooting for Dewan. Dewan's down there on red, and he's still hanging on to first place, followed by Carlos Reveals on blue in second, and Chris Snyder in third place on yellow. So it looks like Carlos and Chris may put a real lot of pressure on Dewan here in the last two heats. They've got the good lanes, and they've been driving well all day. Dewan has been driving excellent as well. Lap times, 7.46 for Carlo, 7.30 for Chris Snyder. Chris Snyder has best time of the race. Best time of the heat, at least. Oh, Carlos goes faster. Carlo with a 7.0. 7.07. Carlo knocks down his lap time again. He's going for the sixes. On blue. Blue's a great lane, too. Good place to go fast without getting into too much trouble. There's no tight corners on blue, or not as tight as black or red. Those two outer lanes, sometimes referred to as the gutter lanes, black and red. They've got the tightest corners and the widest corners. So it looks like Carlo's probably going to win this heat. We got 11 seconds to go, and he's got a one-lap lead over Chris Snyder. Blue and yellow, they're side by side, duking it out. Followed by Dewan Clark. And those of you watching the broadcast, Chris is the tall guy with the light-colored hat on. Carlo is wearing a beanie this morning. Trying to, maybe he's more warmed up than anybody else.
Carlo 110 on the same lap. Chris 107. David 102.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Juan's going to green, and Carlo is going to white. The computer says the advantage is to green, but
Jim, no doubt, just
fall off. Turn marshal 4 seconds, put the car back on. Lost with 9
So it's a pretty close race, actually, for the lead. Juan and Carlo each have 110 laps. Juan has a 0.15 lap lead over Carlo, but Juan's way up there on red, Carlo's on blue, so.
You'll be here all day, folks.
So yeah, and Chris Snyder on yellow has only 107 laps, so it is unlikely that he could take the lead. He may be able to pass Dewan, though. Getting 3 laps over Dewan on red is probably a possibility.
Juan and Carlo. Don't discount Mr. Snyder. He's on blackjack.
All right, this should be exciting. Let's see what Chris Snyder can do on black.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well. Thank you. Sorry.
That's too bad. Chris had an off already. So he's the last driver to first to 1 lap. Dewan, second driver to 2. So Dewan's doing well. David Collin is actually leading this heat on blue. They're pretty bunched up on the track too. This should be a really exciting final heat for these guys. Dewan, Carlo, and Chris each with a shot at it.
Good pace, Dewan. Sam. What's that do? 7-3.
Dewan doing 7 point.
Screen for green. Make sure whether or not that registered.
3, 2, 1, power.
No, it didn't. Just stay and you're doing good, Dewan. How about 10 bucks?
All right. So,
How about that, Mr. David?
yeah, David Collin, first to 10 on the blue lane. So he's putting some heat on those guys. Carlo and Dewan are tied. Dewan has a slight lead over Carlo in the overall. David leads the heat, but Dewan and Carlo are battling for the overall. This is the final heat. This will decide the winner of the race.
717. That's what you call competition at Electric Green. David 714. Come on, David, go deep.
Oh, yeah, we got a couple of drivers doing the 7.1s now. Dewan and David.
Attention.
Each
1
feeling the
minute.
pressure to win this one. Each feeling the desire to win this one. You know Dewan wants it. I know he does. I know Carlo as well. But he looks very focused.
You don't need to go any faster.
He knows it's on the line. Dewan's not one to show a lot of emotion in his face, so it's hard to read. He's just paying attention.
3,
But
2,
you
1.
can see
power.
Carlo. He knows it's on the line.
30 seconds.
But he got out of his way. Good man. Yes, sir.
20 seconds to go. Oh, and look at that. Dewan has actually pulling a little lead on Carlo. Carlo must have come off the track at one point. It looks like this is Dewan's to win. He got 4 seconds to go. All right, and that is the final. That's the end of the heat. Dewan Clark wins the heat. Carlo Bobil's second. Chris Snyder was third. And David Collin was fourth. All right, I got to run here. I'm going to hand this mic to somebody else because I actually have to race in this next race. So I hope you guys enjoy watching me race. And I'll try to stay calm and come back for some more excitement with you online.
Right here. 6.
Carl Green.
What number?
58. Thank you. Carl Black.
All right, I'm going to get a chance to interview our winner here, Dewan Clark. And I got to apologize a little bit, or I guess you get disclaimer maybe we say is I'm not the world's best morning person, so I'm maybe a little quiet, a little less excited here than we'll get later in the day. Hopefully I'm giving you some good commentary, though. There'll be a bit of dead air. It's a long day, so I can't keep commentating the entire race, but hopefully I'm making it fun for you guys. And as I get more and more warmed up, we'll get you more and more exciting facts and more exciting interviews with my friends.
Yeah, you want to get him on.
And this is one of my good friends here. And I'm proud to interview Dewan as the winner of the very first heat this morning in the NSR Championship. So How did it feel to win the heat, Dewan? I bet it's pretty good.
Win ever. Thank you. Yes, this was all about fun, and it turned out to be.
I know that feeling, Dewan, and I'm glad to hear this. Your first win ever here in Electric Dreams. I mean, there's a big crowd here. This is heavy competition. It's a tough track. So, congratulations.
Oh man, I just enjoyed it. Thanks, Walter, for all the assistance. He did a wonderful job. He set me up. Thank you very much.
You win a little plaque as a heat winner. Hope you can add this box. And he got a nice plaque from Electric Dreams that shows that he is a heat winner. And there's only going to be 7 of those handed out today, so enjoy it. All right. Good job, Dewan. Yeah. And as I said earlier in the broadcast, I'm a fan, so it was great to see Dewan win. I like all these guys, but it is true in some heats I'll choose a favorite. All right, you're welcome, Dewan. Thanks for showing up. Oh, and by the way, Dewan comes all the way from Las Vegas to race with us, too. I'm going to try to remember today to give a shout-out to the guys who've come from outside of Southern California, made an effort to come all the way here.
Gonzo's on white, Luis Martinez on green, Keith on blue, Jim Manda is on yellow. Okay, so Carlos on spot 1, Chris spot 2, spot 3 we need a volunteer, and spot 4 we need a volunteer.
I got 3.
Okay, here we go. We are setting up for the next race. This is heat number 2, race number 2, or heat number 2. And for who are just coming in, welcome, good morning from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Welcome to the Western NSR Nationals. It is an exciting day, and we have got some fun racing ahead, so please stay tuned. Please give us a like, and please give us comments, and just say hi. Where are you viewing from? We want to know. I want to know. Where are you viewing from? Have your coffee yet? I hope so. All right. Racers are getting geared up, and we'll be ready to go. Okay, so for our next race, we have Craig Williamson in red, Hector Gonzalez in white, Luis Martinez in green, Keith Tanaka in blue, and Jim Monda on yellow.
That's what I figured. I go.
Just makes it easier for me to spot.
Yep.
Plus, that other one only had 2 numbers, but Marcus said it was okay.
I think that's actually my best motor.
Oh, don't tell me that.
No, it is. It's a good motor. You know, put in front of you.
Okay, we're setting up here for the race, which is just about to begin. We have 6 races, and this is number 2, heat race number 2.
What you do, you don't have to put it in. Look at it, roll them around.
It's actually over there. It's in the couple.
Because the roller won't get everything on.
The blue chair.
It's a good number, 22. That's why I picked it. Take it with you. In front of you. In front of you. It's fine. This is warm. Yep.
All right.
Yes, Sam. Yes. Excuse me? Do we have to use your sticker? Yeah, I've used the sticker.
Yes, I do.
Keith, I know you like to do it yourself. You want me to take care of your car for you?
Feedback.
That way, all you have to do is take care of cleaning tires.
Open it up larger.
I'll do it for you. Just give me your stickers. Got them all over.
Oh, yeah, okay. Trying to set up for the comments here. At least trying to see your comments at least, so I can comment on your comments. I think that is the action. Oh, okay, I don't. Look at that. Now I can see your comments. Oh, look at all you guys. Fast Sports, what's up? Good morning to Fast Sports. Dennis Murray, what is up? Luke, what's going on? NorCal scene. Welcome aboard. It's great to have you guys. And I'm just moving up in the list here. Ratfink66, I know exactly who that is. You are snug as a bug in a rug sitting at home watching the race. All right. Maybe I will get you to come in later. But love you to be here next time, Ratfink. No names being stated. Okay, we're doing a little warm-up on the track.
Don's not here, remember, so they've only got 4. We need volunteers.
All right, NorCal, let's see how well Keith does here. Of course, you know we're no betting, so. Hey, Luke, yep, this is AKA West Coast Slot Cars. Well, that's my HO side. My HO side of Electric Dreams. But nevertheless, what's up, man? Okay. Lipa, all right. I'm giving a shout out to Lipa. All right, Elaine, good morning, Elaine. Thank you for checking in. Thank you. Great to see you guys here. Thank you for watching the race. And we just finished our warm-up session. Great to have everybody here. It's so much fun. And for those of you who can come down, if you can, come down and check it out. There's no charge to race, but I understand you're all cozy at home under your blanket watching the race. That's all right. And good morning again to you, Ratfink.
Right.
30 seconds left on the practice. And the drivers will get their cars back, clean their tires, make sure their lane stickers are on, start in their proper lane on the starting grid. Oh, Jim Rose. Hey, good morning, Jim Rose. Jersey Mike, good morning. Rob, good morning. Good morning. All right, let's get lined up here. Oh, AFX National. I know this is 30-second scale, but yeah, that would be amazing. First of all, we would have to get just responding to NorCal, we'd have to get an HO track. So I'm working on it. Give me some time. I'm working on it. I'm dropping subtle hints when I can. So I definitely love the AFX stuff. All right, but now today is all about 132 racing. And here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay, Craig Williamson will be in the red lane. Hector Gonzalo Gonzalez will be in the white lane. Luis Martinez in the green lane. Keith Tanaka in blue lane. And Jim Monda in the yellow lane. Kako. All right, I'm going to keep the content now specifically 132, just so you know. Although I love all slot cars, I do.
Okay, here we go.
All right, let's get ready to start the race. Good morning, Doug.
Gonzo's on white, Luis Martinez on green, Keith on blue, Mr. Montes on yellow.
Here we go. And because of the number of racers, we only have 5 drivers in this heat. We had 5 drivers in the first heat as well. All right, here we go.
Three, two, one, go.
All right, and we're off. All right, first lap's always a tense one. All right, we got Gonzo in first, Lewis in second, Jim Monda in third, Craig in fourth, and Keith Tanaka in fifth. This is 132 scale slot car racing at its finest. And for those of you checking in, welcome to the Western 2023 NSR Nationals here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California.
Craig, 694, Gonzo, 674, Luis, 663, Heath, 734, Jim, 729er.
And our leader now is Lewis in green lane first, Gonzo second, Craig third, Heath Tanaka fourth, and Jim Monda in fifth place currently. Warming up a little bit here.
Good lap, Keith.
We have our big door up. It was kind of cold this morning, but I think the track conditions will get better as the day goes on. We'll see.
Luis Martinez, followed by Gonzo, also known as Gio.
Hey, Slot Car Dude, good evening to you as well. Thank you for checking into the Western Nationals. Hope you enjoy it.
Minute 30, we got Craig, 694, Gonzo, 674, Luis, 650, Heath, 681, Wanda, 718.
Track code.
All right, track call, big crash, big crash.
3, 2,
we go.
1,
On track.
headed.
Looks like Hector Gonzo has taken the lead, followed by Luis Martinez in green lane, followed by Craig Williamson in, switched again. Look at that, we just had a switch. Lewis is back in first place with Hector second, Heath Tanaka third, Craig Williamson fourth, and Jim Monda in yellow fifth.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Well, at least I have a chance for second now with Frankie now.
That is how quickly you can lose position. Just by coming off the track, you're going to definitely lose anywhere almost to 1 lap, maybe a lap and a half, depending on how fast Marshall can get your car back on. All right, we got 19 laps so far, 20 laps with Luis Martinez still in first place, green lane. And then we've got Hector Gonzo in white lane second. Craig Williamson takes a third, jumps up to third in red lane. That's a tough lane to drive. Heath Tanaka in fourth in blue lane, and Jim Monda still in fifth in the yellow lane.
Seconds.
All right, 10 more seconds to this first race.
In the stint.
And
Please change
we are
lanes.
done. Changing lanes here.
23, Gonzo 24, Luis 25, Keith 23, Jim 22.
And Luis Martinez is holding his lead in green lane. Keep in mind, as you start the race, depending on what lane you're going in and what lane you're finishing in, you can start in the better lanes and finish in that red lane, which is the longest way around the track. And it's a hard lane to drive, but you just have to stay in.
Attention, 1
All right,
minute left.
so here
30
are our
seconds.
standings here. We've got Lewis in first place. Second place, Gonzo, Hector Gonzalez. And third, we have Craig Williamson. All right, Craig. And then we've got Heath Tanaka and Jim Monda.
Okay, next race, Rick Reed, Andres,
Attention, 1 minute left.
Foamy, Jim William, Dennis Brown. There's a Dennis Brown and a Dennis Hill. Dennis Hill is foamy. Make sure you guys are ready. 45 seconds.
All right, here we
30
go.
seconds.
We are prepping for the next race, cleaning the tires, adding a little bit of brake juice maybe, making sure the car is ready to go.
20.
Okay, this is the second race of heat number 2 at the NSR Western Championship 2023 here in El Segundo, California.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Off we go. All right, let's see how the positions change here. Lewis is still holding his own in first. Yellow lane, he's moved to yellow lane. Hector Gonzalez has moved to red lane. He's second. Craig is still holding his third place. Keith Tanaka, fourth place in white. And Jim Monda, fifth place in black lane. Sometimes when you have a lane vacant on the track, you have a little bit of extra room to move, and hopefully you're not knocking anybody off. So you have a little bit more gimme room when there's no one beside you. Luis Martinez is still holding his own in yellow lane. He's got 31 laps. Right behind him is Hector Gonzalez, is coming for him.
Gonzo 693, Keith 711, Craig 703, Luis 677, Mondo 754. First starter in 10. Michael Kale at Craig Williamson. And then Gonzo, also known as Gio Indio. Dan Tubbs is in the house.
All right, we've got Luis Martinez holding his own in first place, followed by Hector Gonzalez in the red lane, followed by Craig Williamson. There's our 1, 2, 3s right now, still holding their places. Nothing has changed in placing. Keith Tanaka, track call. Keith Tanaka is fourth in white lane, and Luis Martinez is really holding him up, but Jim Monda is behind the pack here. Let's see if he can catch up to them.
That's enough of that. Settle down.
And just a reminder for those of you watching, please remember to share and like and subscribe. And if you want to keep in on the racing scene here at Electric Dreams, then please like, subscribe, hit that notification button here. That way you'll get notifications of all that we do here. We have great interviews, great people coming in. You never know who's coming in to Electric Dreams. All right, just like that, we have a position change. Craig Williamson is moving up. He's moving up to second place, followed by Hector Gonzalez, Keith Tanaka, and Jim Monda.
41, and Jim Mondo. 41.
30 seconds.
We got 46 laps, 47 laps for the leader. He's got 2 laps up on him, so he's got to keep those laps there because someone could just come up on him, or if he crashes, someone's going to pass him. And those lap advantages are going to be less. Coming up on 50 laps, Luis is holding his own. First place, followed by Craig, Hector, Keith Tanaka, and Jim Monda.
End of stint.
And there we go. Heat number 2.
24, Keith 22.8, Craig 25.5, Luis 25.5, Jim Mondo 23. Gonzo's done with the red lane, going to the green lane. If anybody's race, they're going to make laps.
All right, we've got the amazing Victor here. Just want to say hi to Victor. Say hi to the YouTubers, Victor.
Hello, YouTubers. Hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday morning. Glad you guys are having fun. Wish you were here. Southern California. Streets are paved with gold. Movie stars in every restaurant. And if you buy that, you got oceanfront property in Arizona.
Well said. You guys got to make it down to a race, or at least Victor's got some great dad jokes. He's got an arsenal. All right, that's what makes it fun here.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Okay, again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching the NSR Western Championship 2023 here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California.
Shopping for a new car for my wife, so I said to the salesman, hey,
Oh my God, I thought I'd get away from this.
I'd like to get a new car for my
30 seconds.
I said to the salesman, I'd like to get a new car for my wife. He took a look and he says, we don't take her on trade.
Good morning to Uncle Hemingway. Glad you can make it. Good to have you here. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching.
Why do you think we invited you here? To give you more pain.
All right, 10 seconds to heat number 3,
We're going to Heat a la Tres.
or race number 3, heat 2. There we go. Don't want to confuse anybody.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, off we go.
Last time, 6:52, last heat.
All right, Luis Martinez is moving into the black lane, which is the shortest lane, very fast. You can do really fast times on our black lane here. And Craig is still holding it in there right behind him at second place. He's moved over to yellow. Then we've got Gonzo in green, Keith Tanaka in red, and Jim Monda in blue lane. So respectively, Luis first, Craig second. Hector. Oh, Hector just passed up Craig. There we go. It just can happen like that. Now I got to start all over. Luis in first, Hector second. Third place, Craig. Fourth, Keith. Fifth, Jim Monda.
Yeah, my team first.
Yeah, it looks like Craig and Hector are kind of shooting it out there. Hector's just maybe a couple feet ahead of Craig. And again, that could just mean one fall off. And all of a sudden, you're back in the contender here. You're back in contention.
He's half a lap behind, or 2 laps behind. Craig is
Right,
right
Lewis
with
is
you.
still holding his own.
First driver 10
59 laps.
Just keep it in.
is Craig. So we have Luis with 59, Craig with 58, Gonzo 58.
And Craig moves up to second. He's holding his own in second place with Hector right behind him. I'm watching the laps count, and I see Craig's lap, and then right behind that, I see Hector's lap. So very close.
Minute 30. Luis 709, Craig faster 669, Jim 732, Jim Lindsay 678,
Green.
754.
All right, Craig is coming for Lewis. He's at 1 lap behind Lewis. And it's a matter if Lewis falls off, Craig is going to pass him up, and he's going to move into that first place position. But that's the way the racing goes here.
Luis 709.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, so here's our top three. Lewis in first, Craig in second, Hector in third, followed by Jim Monda. Moves up to fourth place. He's come out of fifth place and moved up to fourth. That's the way that goes. Keith Tanaka's driving that difficult red lane.
Thank you there for the
And thank you, Uncle Hemingway. We've got some we do have great camera angles, which makes it nice. A lot of different views. And thank you again for joining us.
678, and then Martinez 689er. 15 seconds.
Oh, hey, NorCal, no problem. No problem.
10 seconds.
Yes, we do love NorCal. Anything, Cal. All right. Coming down to the few last seconds here.
End of stint.
And that's it.
Please change lanes.
That's it. All right. Lane change here.
Gonzo 25, Jim 24, Craig 26, Luis 24 and a half. Luis is in first, just ahead of Craig, both on the same lap.
Yep.
Gonzo half a lap behind, Jim Monda 4 laps back, and Keith 5 laps back. Okay, Rick Reed, Andres, Dennis Brown.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
And foaming for the next race. Rick Reed's on red, Andres on white, Dennis Brown's on green, Williams on blue, foaming's on yellow.
All right. So it's race number 4. We got Luis Martinez still holding his first place, but he's still got to move over to, I think he's still got to move over to red lane. So he hasn't done red lane yet. So we have Lewis in first place, Craig in second place. So this is how close the racing is between first and second place. Luis Martinez, 74.54. Craig Williamson, 74.14. That's how close we are. So again, one little off, and somebody's going to pass somebody else. That's just the way it goes. So we got Hector holding his own in third. Jim Monda has moved up to fourth place, and Keith Tanaka is the end of the pack there with fifth place.
30 seconds.
Oh, thanks, Ratfink. Yeah, I'm just having fun with this, guys. Come on. All right. Again, this is Mark Natividad here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. We're coming in live to you with our NSR Western Championship 2023, and we are about to begin race number 4.
You do have the inside advantage.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Off we go. All right, let's see if Craig is going to make the pass here. I think he's got a good chance. He's in black, and it's a very fast lane. Got to stay in that lane, though. Okay, Lewis is in the blue lane. 77 laps, and Craig right on his tail.
There you go.
Very close race, first and second. And Hector is moving into the contender lap as well. He is moving up right on him. He's got 80 laps for 1, 2, and 3 place right now. Lewis is still a lap ahead of everybody else, followed by Craig, followed by Hector. Hector is right on Craig's tail, so he can take his second place back here. Again, it's all a matter of coming off or a little bit of wiggle in the turn, and your opponent just drives right by you. Luis is still holding his own, first place, followed by Craig, Hector, Jim Monda, and Keith Tanaka.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, some fast times on the track, 6.6. Lewis.
Track code.
Grab that wing. Give it to Green. Keith, we'll put it back on next.
Little track call here.
Here we go.
Okay.
3, 2,
Back in line.
1,
Yes, we are.
Go.
No, go. This has to be on to start the heat. Go.
All right, it is tight between first, second, and third. It can be we can have an upset here. Hector's moved back into second place. It pushed Craig back to third, but Lewis is still holding his own, but Hector is coming on Lewis. Here we go. He is right behind Lewis.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So Luis Martinez still holding his own in first place. He's in blue lane. Second place, Hector Gonzalez in yellow. Number 3, Craig Williamson in black. Keith Tanaka is taking his fourth place back, and Jim Monda is in 5th place.
Good pace,
30 seconds.
Same thing, Craig. Keep it in.
Good morning, Herman. How are you? We miss you here. Mr. James, Herman James. Hello from Electric Dreams.
Ten seconds.
All right, coming down to the last 10 seconds. Luis is still holding his own. Let's see who's right on him here.
End of stint.
Looks like Hector. Hector is right behind him. All right. So Luis is still holding his own with 99.76 laps,
1 minute left.
followed by Gonzo, Hector Gonzalez, 99. And then Craig Williamson is almost at that 99, 98.69. And then Keith Tanaka has moved back to 4th place, and Jim Monda moved back to 5th place. But again, 4th and 5th are still shooting it out. We've got Keith Tanaka with 91.65, and Jim Monda right behind him with 91.41. So that's a little bit more than almost 3 feet there. So again, that's how races are won.
Sometimes I stop and wonder, whatever happened to those people that my wife gave directions to?
seconds.
All right. Under 30 seconds here to start the next race. This is race number 5. This is our heat number 2.
I'm at 5 right now.
Right here, Keith.
Here we go.
Off we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to race.
Always look up right. Heat number 5.
Might want to cut down sensitivity scope.
3,
Don't go less
2,
than 2.
1, go.
And they're off. Okay, one more race to go. I mean, it's really close. 1, 2, 3, very close. And there's also a shootout between 4th and 5th, very close. Lewis has still got a lap up on everybody. Craig Williamson is on his tail, about a lap behind him. So we got Luis Martinez in first place, Craig Williamson second place. He's in blue lane. Hector Gonzalez in black lane. He's third. Pete Tanaka in yellow lane, fourth place, and Jim Honda fifth in red lane.
Jim 788, Luis 701, Craig 684, Pete 712, Gonzo 708.
All right, we are trackside live here at the NSR Western Championship 2023 here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California.
Drive the car, keep it in. Drive the car, keep it in.
Greg is doing some good laps there, 6.65 in the blue lane. Still a lap behind Luis Martinez.
Smart move, Lewis.
Luis Martinez is staying on, driving a good race. That's all that you need to do is keep the car on the track. Don't get caught up in trying to catch people. Get back in your groove. If there's a track call or somebody knocks you off, you got to get right back in your groove.
Gonzo 708, Pete 712, Luis 697, Jim 75.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Going the wrong way. Turn that knob the other way.
All right, still Craig is pushing. He's trying to catch up to Luis. He's right behind him, though. He's doing some fast times. He's got a 6.6 in blue lane, and Luis 6.9 in white lane. So we're still looking at Luis in first place in the white lane, followed by Craig Williamson in blue lane with he's got 120 laps. Luis Martinez got 121 laps. Craig is right behind. He's right behind him. He's got to keep that focus. He's got to stay in the groove. It's close. It's close. It is close. Here we go. Battle for the lead right here. Battle for the
10
lead.
seconds.
Luis Martinez is holding him off. It is almost neck and neck. They are inches away from each other.
In the stint.
Oh,
Please change lanes.
wow.
Craig 21,
Wow.
Luis 25 and a half, Craig 26
Wow.
and a half, Pete 23.8, Gonzo 22.
So some exciting racing between first and second. Luis Martinez, 124.5 total laps. Craig Williamson, second place, 124.5 laps. We have a tie. It is going to be a shootout. It is going to be a shootout. So here's the way this is going to go. All right.
Attention, 1 minute
It's
left.
hard to call this
30
one, but
seconds.
Luis is finishing in the hardest lane. And that is, man, that's a tough one. I always cringe when I have to finish in red and I'm doing well because I go from doing well to doing not so well. But, you know, that's just me in my head. But you got to keep it in red. You can't be speeding through red. So it's exact tie between Luis Martinez and Craig Williamson. Again, Craig Williamson is moving to white. Luis is moving to red lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Wow. And then we've got Hector Gonzalez in third. He is moving to blue lane. And we've got Keith Tanaka in fourth place. And then we've got Jim Honda in fifth place. It is going to be a shootout for first and second. Don't blink on this race. Do not blink, especially between 1 and 2. They're going for it.
30 seconds.
This is what I call really intense racing. All right, again, we're coming in live here from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the NSR Western Championship 2023. Welcome aboard. This is the last race in heat number 2. Coming to you from El Segundo, California. I just wanted to do that. It's like the touchstone picture.
Here we go. 3,
All right, here we go.
2, 1, go.
All right, we're off. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, it's going to be good. Don't blink. Don't blink. They are neck and neck. Oh, we had an off right there. We had an off right there. Yep. Yep. They are side by side racing. Oh my goodness. This is intense. Right. Lewis is holding his own. He is holding his own with Craig right on his tail. He is on his, literally, his fender. Wow. They are neck and neck. Hopefully no one crashes into them while they're trying to battle it out for first place. Craig Williamson moves up to the first place. Oh my goodness. Luis slips back into the second place. That's that red lane. I told you so. I told you so. Craig Williamson has commanding lead now, but Luis is still on him. There's still a chance you can fall off and your first place moves you right back to second place. Oh, exciting. Oh my goodness. And Craig Williamson's got a full lap on Luis now. He's got a full lap on him. He's got a full lap. He's got 2 laps on him now. Okay, now he's down to a lap. Still a lap ahead. Man, that red lane. Darn it. Every single time. So we got Craig in the lead. He's our new leader. It took him the whole race to get there, but he's there. Doesn't matter how you start, it matters where you finish. All right, Craig's in first place, followed by Luis Martinez in second place. He's in the red lane. Gonzalez, he is in blue lane, followed by Kitanaka in black, and Jim in green lane. He's 5th.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And hello to Jim Wolf. All right. Glad you can join us. Great to see you yesterday. Right, this will be the end of the race. This is the last race on heat number 2.
Seconds.
Okay, under 30 seconds here. Craig looks like he's got this. He has got this a full lap ahead of Luis, but boy, that was close. Now he's got 2 laps on Luis, 147 to 145. Luis is holding second place. Hector's right behind him, 2 laps behind, 3 laps behind for Hector, 3rd place. Kitanaka is in 4th place, and Jim on in 5th place. 2, 1, and done. Wow, what a race that was. What a race that was. Let's bring Craig over here, and let's talk to Craig here. Mr. Williamson, come on over here. Here he comes. Don't let him fool you. Don't let him fool you. He's a great announcer, but don't let him fool you on the track. Craig, great race. Come on over here. Come on, dude. That was, wow. Craig, what a race. That was amazing.
Hey, thank you very much, Mark. It really was fun to get out there and win one. I had a little trouble in qualifying, so I was in a lower heat, so I really would have felt bad if I didn't win this heat, so I'm really glad I did.
You were holding your own. I was like, okay, Luis is finishing in the harder red lane, and you're moving up. You guys were neck and neck. Finishing the 5th heat, coming into the 6th, you guys were neck and neck, and man, that's great. But on behalf of Electric Dreams, congratulations. There is your heat winner. And again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Craig Williamson.
Hey, thanks. I'm proud to have this.
Yes.
5-1.
All right. Thank you.
All right, you can go back to your You're commentating. We'll give you a time. Give you a little bit of time to cool down a little bit.
Okay.
Get your stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
get your stuff
Yeah.
together.
It was fun to be on the other side of the mic. And it's good to see you on the side,
Absolutely,
Mark.
man. It's fun, man. You know, this is so much fun. You know, we love this stuff. It is definitely much more fun when you win. Double the pleasure. Oh, wow. What a great race. Craig is such a great guy. Congratulations to Craig.
Okay, so we need Rick Reed on red, Andres on white, Dennis Brown on green, Foley's on yellow. Jim Williams is a scratch.
All right, we are about to begin heat race number 3. We've got Rick Reed in red, Andres in white, Dennis Brown in green, Jim in blue, and Dennis Hill in yellow.
Okay, Jim Marshall. We need Keith over here.
When do they put the stickers on?
4.
Anytime?
On zone.
Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing and liking and sending us comments. And we are just slot car nuts like everybody else here. So it's great to have you. I'm glad you can join us.
Gonzo, you're at number 4. Keith at 2, Luis at 1, Gonzo 4, Jim's at 5, Craig's on 6, and a volunteer for number 3.
So the turn marshals will be the racers that just raced. So our announcer, Mr. Craig Williamson, is going to be turn marshaling, so I will be taking his place. It's great to hang out with you. All right, and we'll warm up here. Gonna have some warm up time.
Andres is there, Rick Reed is there, we need Dennis Brown on green. Marco is going to fill in for a few laps for.
Looks like Jim Williams isn't here yet.
And Foley's on yellow. Here he comes. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, we're going to do a little bit of warm up here. Drivers get used to the track, get their cars all ready to go. Here we go.
Warm up, 1 minute.
Warm up. Third heat from the NSR Western Championship 2023. We are live from El Segundo, California at Electric Dreams.
Easy, Dennis.
Seconds.
All right, NorCal. Let's see if Foamy holds his own here, starting in yellow. Foamy. So how did he get the name Foamy? Keep it PG-13.
10 seconds.
Right. All right, it's warming up here a little bit here, and still a little chilly. I'm moving around here trying to stay warm. But, all right, let's get ready to line them up. Line them up for the race. Okay, we are getting the cars ready to go to the starting grid. This is heat race number 3. And the first race in 6 races for these drivers. All right, we are running. For those of you who don't know, we are running the NSR Mostlers Beast. Oh man, those cars are so fast. We're running 25K motors in those cars.
3, 2,
And thank goodness no ball bearings, because those cars would probably be flying off the track a lot more than they already are. All right, here we go. We're started the race. All right, first lap is the 10th one. All right, we got Dennis Hill. We got Dennis Hill taking first place.
3, 2, 1, power.
Followed by Andres, followed by Dennis Brown. Oh, sorry, Dennis Hill. And then Dennis Brown, and then Andres. There we go. And we got Rick Reed in 5th. All right, some fast times, 6.6s. Now, as we go up in the later races, you'll see some faster and faster times. Better drivers, better cars.
Rick Reed, 739. Andres, 703. Tony, 667. Dennis Brown, 667. Marco, 622. Tony, 662.
Okay, so we got Dennis Hill in yellow. NorCal, good call. He's killing it. And we followed by Rick Reed, Dennis Brown, and Andreas in 5th. All right, no place changes just yet. Yep. Yes, we did. We got Dennis Brown taking 2nd place. Dennis Hill's in 1st. And Marco is just doing laps for Jim Williams, so that doesn't really count right now. All right, the leader's got 16 laps. Dennis Hill and Dennis Brown, the double Dennises, are fighting it out here.
He wasn't looking. I was.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Dennis Hill, followed by Dennis Brown, followed by Rick Reed, and Andres 5th. .6624 is our fast time with Foamy doing a 6.624.
30 seconds.
Followed by Dennis Brown, he's 6.674, but he's got 21 laps. 1st and 2nd place. It's going to be a shootout here. Again, it's just a matter of falling off and out your position slips from under you and you move back a position and the other person moves ahead of you. That's racing.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
That was the end of the first race there. You got 2 minutes to get their cars ready and put them in position with their lane stickers on, clean the tires, get your braids all nice and flat, and calm your nerves. I don't know about calming your nerves, but, you know.
Dominic, Sam, and Francisco are the next race.
Okay, so now at the end of the race there,
Attention, 1 minute.
Dennis Brown
30
slightly
seconds.
moved ahead. He moved ahead of Dennis Hill, so Dennis Brown is our leader. He's moving to yellow lane. And then we've got Dennis Hill, Rick Reed, and Andres.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And thank you again for joining us here live from the NSR Western Championship 2023 here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Welcome, slot heads and slot car racers alike, slot car nuts. That's what we do here.
30 seconds.
You are watching a live stream from the world's largest slot car store. Imagine that, the world's largest slot car store. It's quite amazing. If you ever get a chance to come in, come on in, ask for Mark, and we'll show you how far the rabbit hole really goes. All right, here we go. Back to the racing here. 10 seconds.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so we're starting the race out with Dennis Brown in the lead, followed by Dennis Hill. He's in black. Dennis Brown is in yellow. He's our leader. And then we've got Rick Reed in green and Andres in red. 28 laps for our leader. 28 laps for our second place. 28 laps for our third place.
3, 2, 1, go.
A lot of carnage going down there at the end of the track here. Sometimes it just get out of your groove, you know. It's hard to focus. Sometimes you're in the groove and then all of a sudden track call, and you gotta get your focus back.
Andres 724, Marco 641, Rick 693, Dennis Brown 676, Dennis Hill 684.
Dennis Brown did a 6.7 on yellow. Dennis Hill did a 6.8 on black.
Dennis Brown followed by Dennis Hill.
Double Dennis here. All right, we got 37 laps for Dennis Brown. He's our leader in yellow lane. 38. He's got 2 laps up on Dennis Hill. 2 laps up. Dennis Hill just clicked in another lap. He's 1 lap behind, but Dennis Brown is still trying to get that 2-lap advantage. 40 laps for Dennis Brown. 38 laps for Dennis Hill. First and second place respectively. Third, we've got Rick Reed in green lane. He's got 39 laps. And Andreas is bringing up the rear with 37 laps in red lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Marco 641, Rick 680, Brown 675, Hill 684.
Little help, please.
What's your turn, Marco?
30 seconds.
Okay, Dennis Brown still keeping that 2-lap advantage ahead of Dennis Hill.
20.
And Rick Reed moves into the second place. Rick Reed, good job. Rick is
Good driving, White.
47. He's got a lap. They're really close. Dennis Hill's trying to get it back, but looks like Rick passed him up. Rick Reed. Good job, Rick. And Dennis Brown is our
In the
leader,
stint, please change lanes.
followed by Rick Reed,
21.
followed by Dennis Hill,
25.
and
Rick
Andreas
24.
taking up the rear.
Dennis Brown 25. Dennis Hill 24. Marcos doesn't count because
That was a good lead change there. Good lead change.
Dennis Brown in first. Second is Rick Reed. And then we have Dennis Hill.
All right, so looks like Dennis Brown's moving to black lane. Second place, Rick Reed's moving to yellow.
1 minute.
Dennis is moving to blue
30
lane.
seconds.
And Andreas is moving to green lane.
Next race, Cleaner, Dito, Jeff, Dominic, Sam Racco, and Francisco.
And thank you, Mr. Chris Snyder, for your comments.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Got a minute left. We are in the third race and our third heat.
Yeah, so I was thinking like
67 degrees outside. It's warming up a little bit here. It's always colder in here. inside here at 62. Yep. Yep.
30 seconds.
I don't know what the track temp is, but next time we'll bring a temp gun.
Hey, don't forget, don't accept a friend request from Hormel Foods. It might be spam.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, here we go. Starting the third race in the third heat. And again, this is Mark Natividad live here at Electric Games in El Segundo, California. We're doing the NSR Western Championship 2023. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we've got a new leader here. We've got Dennis Brown in first place. In second place, Rick Reed is right behind him. So Dennis Brown's got 53 laps. 54, he's got 2 laps up on Rick, but Rick is closing the gap. Just chimed another lap in, so they're almost a lap. Dennis Brown's a lap ahead, and Rick Reed's 1 lap behind. So again, can change it any second. 1 off, and out you go. You get pushed back to the next spot down.
Track call.
So we've got Dennis Brown in first, Rick Reed in second, Dennis Hill in third, and Andreas in fourth. Check the track here. Looks like we have a little braid popping up here, which happens.
Yeah, it's not going down either.
So if that braid gets rolled up, that is going to cause deslotting, especially in a turn. Car just glides right out of the turn. All right, it's like we handled it.
3, 2, 1,
Very good.
go.
That's how we roll. Thank you, Mr. Dennis Sampson. All right, Rick Reed is pulling up on Dennis. He's coming for him. He is coming for him. Rick Reed is my teammate that we raced in the Halloween Enduro. Good job, Rick. All right, so we got Dennis Brown still in first place, 62. And Rick Reed's right behind him. He just came in with the 62, so it's getting close. Dennis Brown hits the 63 lap. And Rick Reed hits the 63 lap, so that's about how close they are. Followed by Dennis Hill and Andres. There is no one running in the white lane, and then Marco is taking the place for Jim Williams. But looks like Andres did a 6.5. That's 6.5 on the track there. It's fast. Rick Reed with a 6.6, Dennis Brown with a 6.8, and Dennis Hill with a 6.7. All right, Rick Reed is closing the gap on Dennis. 68, they're both on the same lap. 68 for Dennis, 68 for Rick. Rick just takes a 69. He moves into first place. He has moved into first place past Dennis Brown. That's racing for you. 70. He's pulling away. He is pulling away from Dennis Brown. Rick Reed takes first place, followed by Dennis Brown, Dennis Hill, and Andres. Wow. Keep in mind, it's really good to get that lap advantage, 2 or 3 or even 4 if you can, especially if you're going to red lane, because they're going to close that one up on you. All right, 3 seconds left. And time. There we go. Into the race. Okay, there was a switch at the last part of that race there. Dennis Brown moves back in the first place, followed by Rick Reed, but he's right behind him. Followed by Dennis Hill and Andres.
Rick Reed with 73, Dennis Hill with 72, Andres 69.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Good morning to Alfredo from Brazil. Good morning to Marcelo from Toronto, Canada. Welcome aboard, guys. are moving into the fourth race, and it's the third heat at the NSR Western Championship 2023 here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Antonio, welcome from Portugal. Okay, weather check. Alfredo, what's the weather in Brazil like right now? What's the temperature? You can give me Celsius, that's fine. Marcelo, Toronto, Canada. It's probably going to be a bit colder. And then finally, Antonio, what's the weather like there in Portugal right now? We're being watched from all over the world. Hey, thank you, Marcelo. Yeah, you know I'm just having fun, right? So, yeah, this isn't my day job. Although I do work here. All right, here we go. This is our next race. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We are starting out with Dennis Brown is back in the lead, but Rick Reed is right on his tail. Rick Reed's in the fast lane. Black, you can really do some fast laps. All right, takes you a couple laps here to get settled into your lane and to get readjusted. But Dennis Brown pulls out a 6.7 in blue. And Rick Reed, his fastest in black has been 6.9 so far. But Rick Reed is right on the door of Dennis Brown. And Dennis Brown's our leader in blue. Rick Reed is in black, right behind him. And we've got Dennis Hill. He's our third place. He's in the white lane. And then we've got Andreas in fifth place. He's in yellow lane. Thank you for the weather check, guys. Portugal, 16 Celsius. Toronto, Canada, 5 Celsius. Ooh, chilly. Okay, that's muito frio. There we go. I just learned some Brazil, some Portuguese. There we go. Oh, it's exciting. And all I know, and the only other term I know is papagayo. That's because she's got a bird. There we go. There's as much Portuguese as I'm going to know. But I'm open to learning. All right. Andreas pulls out a 6.5 in yellow. Dennis Brown, 6.6. And Dennis Hill is knocking on his door. He's got answers back, 6.6 as well in white lane. But still, Dennis Brown is holding his own in blue lane. He's got 88 laps, followed by Rick Reed. And he's coming up on 88 here. Click. There we go, 88. He's our second place, followed by Dennis Hill and Andreas. He's our last number, fifth place. No one's running in red right now.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Less than a minute to go. Andreas is getting really fast laps in yellow lane. Did a 6.5. It's really good. All right, Dennis Brown is still trying to hold off Rick Reed. Dennis Brown's got 94 laps. Rick Reed's a lap behind him, a full lap behind him with 93 laps. Dennis Hill's coming up with 92 laps. He's in the white lane.
30 seconds.
And last but not least, Andres in yellow lane with 91. He's doing some fast laps. So Andres has the fastest lap in this race so far, the 6.5. And hello to Marty, my super duper buddy from Austin Slot Car Club. Hello, Austin Slot Car Club from Electric Dreams here in El Segundo, California. Marty, good to hear from you. I'm glad you can join us. And Ron Alder, let's go, man. Welcome. All right.
Dennis Brown, 25.8. Andres, 26. Rick Reed, 25.6. Okay, that's it for number 4. We're going into number 5.
Race number 5. This is the third heat. Dennis still holding his own in first place, followed by Rick Reed. So Dennis Brown, 99.86 total laps. Rick Reed, 98 total laps. Dennis Hill is right on the back door, but he's still a couple laps behind. He has 96.58. And last but not least here, we have Andres at 95 laps. And welcome, Travis. Hey, what's happening? Good day, mate. Oh, man.
Attention, 1 minute
Those of you who don't know Travis, that slot car guy, oh, what a great guy. He's like my brother, Australian from another mother, seriously. All right, Agent Bijan, good morning. Thank you, sir. Having fun, man. I'm just having fun. You know I love this stuff. All right, thank you for joining us here. We are coming down to the end of the race. Well, this is race number 5 in the third heat. We've got 30 seconds left. And so far, Dennis Brown is holding the lead. And he's moving the white lane. And then we followed by Rick Reed. He's in second place. He is moving over to the blue lane. And then we have Dennis Hill. He is our third place. And he is moving over to white lane. And then we have Andreas. He is moving to black lane. So it looks like it's pretty tight between first and second there. Yep, there's still a couple laps between them. But Andres is moving up here with 95 laps, and Dennis has 96 laps. Okay, we just hit 100 laps for our leader. That's Dennis Brown in white lane. Rick Reed right on his door. Knock, knock, knocking on slot car door is Rick Reed in blue lane. Of course. Victor, he's got a million of them, boy, I tell you. All right, back to the race. Dennis Brown still in the first place. He's got 105 laps, but Rick Reed is right on his tail, but there's still a lap between them. So I'm just seeing how close the lap count, those little beep beep that you hear, those are fast laps. So if you do a faster lap than you did before, it's going to beep. Andreas is moving into some fast laps here, 6.5. But Dennis Brown's still our leader, followed by Rick Reed. And Dennis Hill is right behind him. They got about 3 laps on him. 4 laps now from third place. And Andres is at 107 laps. So he's right behind Dennis Hill, which is our third place. So he can move into fourth really easy. One little off there, and then boop, off you go, and bye-bye to your placing. All right, Rick Reed just pulls out a 6.5. Dennis Brown just pulls out a 6.5. 6.5 meaning 6.5 seconds around the track. There we go. And thank you for your comments. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. And again, this is Mark Natividad coming into you live here from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, at our NSR Western Championship 2023. And the top of the top is going to be coming up this afternoon, so stay tuned. I think I'm coming up here in the next couple of races, so I'm going to have to hand the mic back over to Mr. Craig Williamson. But I'm going to miss you guys, but you can cheer for me. That's fine. All right, so there is a lead change. Now, Rick Reed has pulled into first place. Dennis Brown, though, is trying to chase him down and get that position back. But Rick Reed has pulled into first place, followed by Dennis Brown in white lane. Dennis Hill is in third place, and Andres is in fourth place.
Dennis Hill at 24, Dennis Brown 26, Rick Reed first 27.
Look at that. This will be our last race in heat number 3.
So Dennis with 125, Rick Reed 125, Dennis Hill with 120, Andres with 120.
So sometimes it's easy to call the race and sort of predict who's going to win, because whoever is leading going into the red lane without 3 or 4 laps cushion is most likely going to fall back a little bit. That is a long way around the track. That's the Supertramp song, Long Way Home. So that is, yeah, but that's racing. So It's not how you start, it's where you finish.
Remember we were talking about Hormel and the friend request? Don't accept
All right, so this is our positioning here coming into the last race. We have Dennis Brown. He's moving to red lane, and that's going to be a struggle. That is such a tough lane to finish in. I always want to start in red and finish in the rest. That way it's all behind me. And then we've got Rick Reed. So Dennis Brown, we're looking at 125.16, and Rick Reed, we're looking at 125.03. So that's how close they are to each other. A matter of a couple of feet there. But I think Rick is going to come out ahead on this one. He is finishing in a better lane, so that's racing for you. All right, coming into the last race here.
Here we go. Last heat. Time to make your move.
There we go. This is where races are won. This is where legends are born. Last race.
Here we go. 3, 2,
Okay, here we go. This is going to be a nail biter. All right, Tim Wood. Good morning, Tim Wood. Thank you for joining us here. This is the last race of the NSR Western Championship 2023, live from El Segundo, California. All right, Dennis Brown just took off. I heard it. Okay, there's going to be a place change. There's going to be a place change. Yep, there it is. I told you so. Rick Reed takes first place. That off. I heard it. I heard him, and I heard uh-oh from Dennis Brown, and that's the way the story has been written. All right, so Rick Reed has taken first place. Sometimes it takes you a whole race to get to that first spot, but also where you finish in your lanes. You still have to drive it. You still have to keep the car on the track. One little off, and like I said, that's your position right there. Yep. Okay, so Rick Reed has taken the lead. He's got 132 laps, and Dennis Brown has 132 laps, but Rick is almost getting a full lap on him. He just came into 133. 133, Dennis Brown trying to catch him, but it's hard to catch someone in red lane. If Rick falls off, that's going to be the end of that lead, and Dennis is going to pass him. He's just got to stay on the track. All right. Andres has moved up into third place. Wow, good job. He's had some fast laps on the last race. He did a 6.2. Wow, he's flying. He's definitely getting used to the car. Okay, so he moves up in third. Dennis Hill moves back into the fourth place position. All right, Rick Reed, 138. Dennis Brown, 138. Yep, it's always white versus red. And if you're an exceptional driver, you can hold them off in red, but it is such a nail biter. I've been there before. I have so been there before. It is really tough to, when you know they're knocking on your door, it's really hard to lose your focus. And just with that little off, you got some really tight turns in red, and you take a little sharp turn, and over you go, and away the next guy comes past you. All right, so we got Rick Reed with 143. 144, he's got a full lap on Dennis now. So Rick Reed is in first place at 144. Dennis Brown, 144. Now we move to 145 for Rick, 144 for Dennis Brown. Andreas is coming up on him with 142, and Dennis Hill is 139. 6-1. Wow, he's flying. Wow. Andreas is really getting used to that car. He just did a 6-1. Wow, it's fast.
10 seconds.
All right, we got 10 seconds to the finish of this race. And who is going to be our winner? It looks like it's going to be Mr. Rick Reed.
And that's it.
That is it. Yes, there you go. I called it. Yes, Rick Reed is our winner in that race. All right, followed by Dennis Brown. Andres pulled up his positioning, moved into third place, and Dennis Hill into fourth place. Rick Reed, come on over here. Going to do a little interview with Rick Reed here.
Guys, we do have the sandwiches over here, but help yourself, but please right now, just take one.
Come on over, Rick. Right. Come on in here. Rick Reed, congratulations. Dude, that was a great race. This is my racing buddy. Right there's my racing buddy, Rick. How did it go there?
It was great. Once I got past red, which was my first one, I was able to make up time and laps. And me and Dennis were fighting it out there till the very end, but he came off a couple of times.
Yes, I heard a little oops on that last heat, and you went right past him, and you know how it is with the red lane finishing there. So, yeah. And on behalf of Electric Dreams, there is your heat winner sticker right there. Right, my teammate and Rick Reed. All right, let's take a little picture here.
Okay, those that just raced,
Show the plaque. There we go. Yeah, let's get that plaque up there. Good memories. Great work. All right, proud of my teammate. Thank you, Rick. All right, have a great rest of your day. All right, what an exciting race. All right, the drivers of the last race are collecting their cars. You can keep your car. All right, moving into the next race. All right, we're back to a full grid now. We've got 6 racers. We've got Tim Fleener in red, Chuck in white, Chuck Didle, Jeff Sensky in green, Dominic in blue, Sam in yellow, and Frank in black lane. We're going to have a little bit of a warm-up here. And hello to all of those who are joining us here live at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California for our 2023, our NSR Western Championship.
Okay, turn marshals. Volunteer spot 1. Homie's right here at 2. Rick Reed's at 3. Volunteer for 4. That's Jim Williams. Dennis Brown 5. Andres number 6. The marshals are ready.
And again, thank you guys for your comments. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Travis. Thank you for all of your support and all the people in this hobby, the great people that I have met in this hobby. Wow, it's amazing if you're in this hobby and you get to meet the people that are in the hobby, you know, because we love it, and it's such a great camaraderie, and it's good to be in the family of the presence of people who love the hobby. So that's what we do. We do a little practice here. All right, this is heat race number 4. And I definitely will be saying and signing off, saying goodbye for a moment. I am in heat number 5, and Mr. Craig Williamson will be commenting on the race. He went to take a little break there, but he'll be back.
Volunteer for spot 1 and a volunteer for spot 4. Come on, guys, step up.
Eric Jackson, welcome. Thanks for joining us. We miss you here. Hey, thanks, Luke. Appreciate that. Thank you for your comments. All right, we're doing a little warm up here. All right, this is going to be a warm up for the next race. All right, you're about to see some fast times here on the track. You see some 6.2s, some 6.1s, maybe even some high 5s, 5.9. That's what I expect out of the racers as the racers get better and the cars get better.
10 seconds.
Yes, Elaine, this is live. We are live here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. And let's get lined up for the next race. Hey, Tim Herrera, man, thanks for signing on. We miss you, bro. I know you got the bug there, so we miss you, and get better, and we hope to see you soon, Tim. All right, NorCal's calling it out here. Tim Fleener for the win here. Yeah, Tim's a great racer. He's fast. So is Jeff.
That one says it, but maybe that one's not. Who knows? When they get home tonight, oh, where's my cleaner?
Can we split this? Yeah. I can do the first two.
Okay, we are about to begin the race here. This is heat number 4, first race. All right, this is heat number 4. And again, I will be taking a hiatus here. I'll be in heat number 5. So I got to go prep. Got to go have some water and say my prayers. It does help. Here we go, race number 4.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're off. First race, you got to settle into the track, calm your nerves, get the feel of the lane, and then increase your speed and your time and get better and better. That's racing, but they're all close to each other. I see all 2s, the laps 2s. All right, let's see what time. 6.5, 6.5. Tim Fleener with a 6.583 in red lane. Wow, 6.55 for Dominic in blue lane. 6.5 for Frank Sisto in black lane. So, like as I said, you're going to see some faster times here. So it looks like Dominic has taken the lead, followed by Frank Sisto, Jeff Sensky, 3rd, Chuck Didle, 4th, Sam Rackham, 5th, and Tim Fleener in 6th. He's just driving that red lane. Once he comes out of that red lane, he's going to be a rocket. I like to start in red and get that one done. Get me out of this red lane. All right, Dominic is first, followed by Jeff. Actually has passed him, Jeff Sensky. All right, oh, little shootout there. What's going on here? Oh, Dominic's in first. Jeff Sensky is in second. Frank Sisto 3rd. Sam Rackham 4th. Chuck Didle 5th. Tim Fleener in 6th place. So we got 6.4s now on the board. We got Jeff doing a 6.4. Dominic doing a 6.4. Frank Sisto doing a 6.4. Tim Fleener doing a 6.5 in red. I told you. It's Mo Fasta. Mo Fasta. Six, 4, 3, 1. Jeff Sensky in green lane. Fastest lap right there. All right, Frank Sisto pulls into the lead. We got a position change. Well, Frank Sisto pulls into first place, followed by Jeff Sensky, Dominic in 3rd, Sam Rackham in 4th, Chuck Didle in 5th, and Tim Fleener in 6th.
45. Jeff, Frank, and Dominic.
I think we're having some issues on red lane.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Tim Fleener has exited the race. So it looks like we got back to 5 again on the grid. All right, Jeff Sensky, he's taken the lead, followed by Frank Sisto. Dominic in 3rd place in the blue lane. Sam Rackham in 4th place in the yellow lane. And Chuck Didle in 5th place in the white lane.
Go.
Ooh, some hammer time on the track here.
10 seconds.
The nerves are getting tense here. It can be a little bit tense here on the track, especially if you're not used to it. Get the jitters, get the finger shakes.
Please change lanes.
All right, but that's the way racing goes.
Chuck with 24, Jeff 27, Dominic 26, Sam 25.
And I think Tim Fleener is going to be out of the race. Someone got some issues there, some problems. It happens. I've been there before. But Jeff Sensky is in the lead. He's moving into yellow lane, and followed by Frank Sisto. He is moving into the blue lane. He's our second place. Dominic is holding third there. He is moving into white lane. And Sam Rackham is in fourth place. He is moving into black lane. And finally, fifth place, Chuck Didle. He is in white lane, moving over to red lane. But man, 6-4, 6-4-3-1, 6-4-4-4, 6-4-3-7. Again, fast times. 6-5 in red lane. That was Tim before something happened to his car. That's fast time in red lane.
1 minute left.
So I thought this would clay target shooting. Oh, really? Yeah.
NorCal, I don't know what happened to Tim here. I'm sort of reading the board. He was doing some fast laps, and then he wasn't. So, yeah. As soon as I get the scoop, NorCal, I'll keep you updated here. But he's definitely out of the race. He's not coming back.
Jeff, what's up?
30 seconds.
Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Rookie.
All right, just talked to Marco, and Tim is out of the race there. So, yeah. All right, so we're going to finish up here. Again, we got 5 drivers on the track, and we're starting the second race. We've got Jeff Sensky in the lead.
Oh, yellow.
All right, so our current placing, we've got Jeff Sensky in yellow lane. He's our leader, followed by Frank Sisto in blue. He is 29 laps, and Dominic is third. We got Sam in fourth and Chuck in fifth. But Frank has already squeaked out a 6.5. All right, for those of you who don't know Chuck Didle, he is a champion from way back at the Revelle Raceway and Team Ruskit. He was the very first winner of the Team Ruskit race, so that's Chuck Didle. So that was probably a few years ago, more than a few. But here he is again, racing with us, and it's nice to have him here with us at Electric Dreams. All right, Jeff is in the lead, followed by Frank Sisto. Frank Sisto just took the lead from Jeff. Oh, my goodness. Dominic moves back into second place. Jeff Sensky moves down to third. Sam in fourth, and Chuck in fifth. Frank with the 6.5, fastest lap. It's our leader. Sam with a fast lap in black at 6.5. 6.6, Dominic in white lane with a 6.6. All right, Dominic moves back into second place. So Frank is in the first place, 44 laps. Dominic is coming for him. Jeff is trying to catch Dominic. Frank Sisto 45, Sisto 45, Dominic 45.
45 seconds. Sisto 46, Dominic 46, Jeff 45.
All right, Frank Sisto in blue, first place. Dominic, second place in white. Jeff in third place in yellow. Fourth place, Sam in black. And fifth place is Chuck. Coming down to less than 30 seconds in our second race of the fourth heat. Welcome, Fast Sports. Welcome to the NSR Western Championship 2023 here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California.
And that's end of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, that was the end of the race here. End of the second race. Starting the third race here. All right, Frank Sisto's holding his own in first place here. Dominic is right behind him. He's still more than a lap behind him. And then Jeff, he's third. And Sam is fourth. And Chuck is fifth. All right, Dominic's going to the hard lane. He's moving over to red.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
All right, little break here.
Have some confidence.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I'll probably go out prepped here, or at least start to get prepped here. Get my controller and my my lint roller, braid juice, and get my head in the game here. I'll be in heat number 5. Hey, Fast Sports, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Just calling it as I see it and having fun while I'm doing it
30 seconds.
and smiling. All right, welcome to everybody who's just tuning in to the NSR Western Championship 2023 here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. My name is Mark Natividad, and I can probably use that around Christmas time, Feliz Natividad, but that wouldn't be right. It's Feliz Navidad for those of you. So my name has a T, just so you know. All right, here we go. Starting the third race, heat number 4. Frank Sisto is our leader. He's in first place.
3, 2, 1, power.
And off we go. All right, got to get settled into your lane.
People often say, how long is a minute? Depends on what side of the bathroom door you're on.
All right, Frank is holding his own 55. Dominic's right behind him in second place, 54. 55 laps for Frank, 56 laps, 55. Dominic's 1 lap behind him. They both clicked a lap at the same time. And then Jeff is trying to catch Dominic. They're both at 55, but Dominic is slightly ahead of them. There we go, 56 laps for Jeff in third place. 57 for Dominic in second, 58 in Frank first place. All right, that 1, 2, 3 is getting tight. All right, there's going to be a position change. Red is that tough lane. Just got to get through it without falling off. All right, Dominic is still holding his own with second place, but Jeff is coming for him. He's in the fast lane. He's in black. Frank Sisto, first place in the white lane, followed by Dominic in red lane, second place. Jeff is in black lane, third place. Sam, fourth place in blue, and Chuck in fifth, green lane. Times are slowing down. I don't see those 6.5s and 6.4s, although Frank just squeezed out a 6.6. He'll get better. 66 laps for Frank, 65 laps for Dominic, 65 laps for Jeff. Jeff is trying to run him down. He's trying to get his second place back at least, but it ain't over till it's over. 68 laps for our leader, 67 second, 67 third. 65 fourth, and 62 for fifth place. That's our lap count.
1 minute left.
Hey, David Reed, thank you for joining us. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. All right, this is where it's all at. This is where the slot car action is here at Electric Dreams here in El Segundo, California at the NSR Western Championship 2023. Welcome aboard. Exciting racing here. This is our third race of the fourth heat. And we still have 3 more heats ahead of us. Heat 5, Heat 6, and Heat 7 with our top drivers. That is going to be quite a race. So stay tuned for that. Looks like that's going to start around 1 o'clock.
10 seconds.
All right, Frank is holding his lead. Dominic is right behind him. And Jeff is third place trying to catch number 2, Dominic. But that's the end of the race here.
Exchange lanes.
Dominic 25.7. Cisco,
All right.
26. Chuck, 23. Sam, 25. Sensky, 25.6.
Okay.
Cisco, 78.
So we have the standings here.
Dominic,
Frank
76.
Sisto, first
Jeff,
place.
76.
Second
Sam,
place,
78.
Dominic. Third place, Jeff. Fourth place, Sam. Fifth place, Chuck. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to hand the mic over to Mr. Craig Williamson. It's been a pleasure and a privilege, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I love sharing my hobby with all of you. So thank you for joining us. There you go. Here's Craig.
All right. Sure, I did have a good break. Thanks, Mark. And hopefully you guys out there in YouTube land had a good time.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Yeah. So hopefully Mark Natividad gave a great race coverage while I wasn't here. I could see he was really going at it. So I'm anxious to see that later next week and see what Mark's announcing was. I think he was maybe doing as good or better job than I do. So he's a really enthusiastic guy. So here we are. 3 more minutes to go in this third heat race.
Yeah, the nose.
Alcohol. Because no good story ever started with a salad. Heat number 4.
Here we go. 3, 2,
That'll help him.
power.
Yellow wasn't actually in.
Ivan, Sampson, Castellan, Bob Scott, Latipitat, and Lindell are the next race. Cisco 712, Sam 768, Dominic 684, Jeff 673, Chuck 662, Jeff Nagel 668.
This is an interesting set of drivers in this heat. We got Frank Sisto, who races here a decent bit and also races with the Far Out Slot Car Club quite a bit. On the white lane, we have Sam Rackham, and Sam is a legendary wing racer, multiple times on the Checkpoint Cup, and trying to stand with the 1/32 scale cars, and he seems like he's having a good time. Running 4th overall right now. And then Dominic St. Crochet is in 3rd place, and Dominic works here at Electric Dreams, and he gets a good bit of track time. So that makes him an interesting play in this race. And then Jeff Sensky has come from Texas, and he has the advice of Ian Douglas and Todd, and those are some of the best tuners, so Jeff's car is real tuned up. And in fact, it looks like Jeff's leading the heat, or leading the race, and leading the heat, in fact, right now, the lane heat. And then Chuck Dietel, it was mentioned yesterday by Keith Tanaka, is probably the one driver in the whole room who was started earliest racing.
30 seconds.
Boy, I don't even know when. Team Rusket, very first race winner of the race was Chuck Dietel. Race, so we're talking 1965, maybe 1966. Chuck won the first ever Team Rusket race that year. So that's quite a history of slot car racing.
And that,
In the stint,
For nearly
please
50
change
years
right,
behind
24,
the
Sam
controller.
52, Dominic 26,
50
Jeff
years.
27, Chuck 26. Good job. Fastest time in that heat was Chuck 656 with a 0. Okay, heat number 6. We got Jeff with 103, Sisto 102, Dominic 102, Chuck 97, Sam 96.
attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
Sure. Victor Dabrowski just mentioned this. Some of you on YouTube might be curious what the drivers are doing here during their 2-minute lane change interval, the 2-minute driver change. So we're moving from one lane to another, and they're cleaning their tires with a mix and variety of methods. First, most of the drivers will use a lint roller to try to pick up any debris that was on the tires from the track. And then some of the guys will also take a rag and lightly rub these smooth tires that we're using, try to get any of the last bit of dirt and grime off there. The more contact you can get with the track, the better your car is going to run. So you want your tires nice and smooth and clean. Every bit of dust is going to slow them down.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
All right, the heat's about to start. So Jeff Senske's down there on white. He is the race leader. Frank Sisto is in second on green, and Dominic is third on yellow. So Frank and Dominic each have a little bit of a lane advantage currently over Jeff, but Jeff has a 1-lap lead over them. So we'll see if they can close the gap right here. This is when it should get exciting. You got 2 heats to go. And you've got 3 drivers all within 1 lap. In fact, 3 drivers on 109 laps.
Sisto 677, Dominic 652, Chuck 696.
And then Sam and Chuck are each about 5 laps behind the lead group of 3, who each have 111 laps now total. And 10 laps. They're just passing 10 laps in this heat. So Frank is leading this heat, followed by Dominic and Jeff.
Sam a little quicker, 731. Jeff 681. Sisto 664.
Sorry, Dominic. Oh, it's okay. Go.
Dominic 652. Chuck 696.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All that work to stay ahead of it, like, threw it away.
Well, Mark was thinking about the next match. He's going to supply the controllers, and they're going to be thumb controllers. Run your car and see how well you do with thumb controllers. It's called getting back.
So it looks like Dominic has taken the lead in this heat.
30 seconds.
And Dominic's followed by Frank and Jeff.
Dominic 124, Sisto 124, Chuck 118.
So Dominic using the lane advantage to take the lead in the overall. So Dominic San Croce now takes the lead in the overall over Jeff Sensky and Frank Sisto. And it's those
In the
three
stick,
drivers.
please change lanes.
Ram 22, Jeff 25, Sisto 26, Dominic 26, Chuck 24.
All right, here we're going to get ready, going into the final heat. They're doing the lane change again, the lane change interval. This is where the drivers move from one lane to the next. People often ask why there's these colored stripes on the track. So there's 6 lanes on the track. Each one has its own color.
1 minute
The
left.
driver puts a
30
sticker on
seconds.
his car that represents the color of the lane he's running right now. Eventually he'll run all 6 lanes. That way, if his car comes off, the marshals, the people standing around the track who pick up the cars that have come off, they look at the sticker, they know what lane it goes on, and they put it right back on. That way the driver doesn't have to yell at the marshal to tell him what lane it goes on. The sticker tells the marshal what lane to put it on. So during the lane change interval, the drivers have to
Attention,
change the
1 minute
sticker,
left.
move the car to their next lane, clean the tires, maybe apply a little bit of lubricant, and then get back to their controllers. They have 2 minutes to take care of that.
Seconds.
All right.
Hey, you guys hear about that Pollock that died at the drive-in? He went to go see closed for the winter. Pollock closed for the winter.
Yes.
Here we go. Last heat.
All right, this is the final heat for this, the third heat race of the day. We're getting near the halfway. It's exciting.
3,
Here they
2,
go.
1, go.
No, yellow, please, thank you.
Oh, Brian, from first to last.
Blew it.
JJ.
Dominic has no competition and just kicks down.
So it looks like Dominic is leading the heat. And now he moves into the lead in the race. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's. No, you don't do it. Oh. No mousey action.
Uncle, get the top.
Caution yellow, caution yellow.
Just went to sleep. All right. We're checking out some technical details on the scoring system here. Victor needed to add a lap to one of the drivers. One of the drivers missed the lap counter when he came through, when their car came through, and adjusting the lap count for that driver.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So some of that background discussion you might have heard there. Hopefully you're having a good time watching this race. These cars are really quick. Here's some of the fast NSR Moslers. They're very low, sleek, beautiful car. Oh.
30 seconds.
All right, coming near the end here. Who will be our winner for this heat race? man, it's a close one. We got 3 drivers on the lead lap. And we've got 15 seconds to go. Just 10 seconds to go, and they're all on 153 laps. Dominic's on black. He may have a slight advantage over Frank. Frank's on yellow, though, and that's a great lane. That is it. Wow. Extremely close finish. So it ends up being all right. This is maybe going to come down. We're going to pick up the additional portion of a lap that each car completed by the time the power came off, and that final portion of a lap, we're still figuring it out. That will determine who ultimately won. It would appear that Dominic Santa Croce has won the race. So congratulations to him. Okay.
And yellow.
Here we are. Yeah. Up with the pros. Improving. See, Marcos, I'm improving. I'm running with the big boys.
You'll pick them up. Okay, when everybody's ready, we'll do the 1 minute.
Yeah.
Bill Nye is on red. Samson on white.
Nick Sant
on green. Bob Scott's on blue.
also works here at Electric Dreams. I'm going to job behind the counter, and we're friends as well. He's not friends with anyone, but Dominic and I are good friends. So here, Dominic, you're a heat winner. You get this plaque. Anything to say to us? Did you have fun out there?
A lot of fun. Great group of guys. Real competitive. You know.
Good. We're glad to see you here in the winner's circle, Dominic. You deserve it. So it was a great race, and it was really 3 drivers all on the same lap at the end of the race. I think there was only a couple tenths between first, second, and third. So
thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Have a enjoy the plaque.
Jeff, spot 1. Chuck, spot 2. Cisco, spot 3. Jim, spot 4. Dominic, number 5. Sam, number 6.
All right.
Chuck's right over here.
Another.
Jim, are you in number 4?
So that's it. The first 3 heats. There are 7 heats altogether. Cleaner? No. So now we've got
Andreas, you got better toward the end.
the 4th heat race.
You got like blazing fast toward the end of your race.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, this is the 5th heat race.
Yeah.
Oh, and we got some hot shoes in this one.
It was you.
This.
Yes.
Cleaner, number 4.
Yeah.
Dominic, right there. And Sam. With Sam, number 6.
All right, so the marshals are getting in place, and we're going to start a 1-minute warm-up session for these drivers. This is probably the first of the truly hot heats. We've got a lot of great drivers in this heat. A lot of famous names, in fact, show up in this heat. Probably 50 years, and certainly a lot over the last few years. I don't think Phil raced through many of those middle years as many of us did, but he certainly raced as a young man and recently returned and ran many, many, many years at Point Park. Last 5-7 years, many, many races. That's right. And then next we have Dennis Sampson, Sampson Classics, one of the world's best scratch builders, without a doubt. I'm sure you may have seen his work online. If not, go search it right now. Dennis Sampson, Sampson Classics. Dennis builds beautiful scratch-built brass and piano wire cars. And I've learned a lot from Dennis over the years. Dennis taught me much of what I know about tuning and building slot cars. And then we have Al Castillon. Al is a regular here at Electric Dreams. Fast driver. He's going to show these guys some of the way around. He's got a lot of laps on this track. I know Phil and the next guy I'm going to mention, Bob Scott, do not have as much experience on this track. This is kind of newer to them. But Bob Scott is the famous Cruisin' Bob, builder of racetracks. If you need a slot car track, contact Bob and he'll put one together for you in your backyard, garage, whatever room you got. Everybody needs a slot car track to have fun with. And then we have Mark Natividad on yellow. Mark is a regular here at Electric Dreams, a real charming guy, and I think you just had him hosting you here on the broadcast for the last two heats. And I'm sure you enjoyed Mark's broadcast because he's got a lot of energy. He's a great guy. And then we have Lindell Richards. Lindell had one of the biggest and fastest home tracks of anyone I know. He had a track in his garage extended all the way out halfway down his driveway. And we used to go out and race at Lindell's house. He and his wife, in fact, were always the best hosts we could ever have. So this is a really good heat. And they're off. And Dennis Sampson has crashed in the first lap. So Bob Scott is your leader, followed by Lindell Richards on black and Al Castillon on green. Oh, I hear cars clicking and slapping the wall. There's some action going on out there. Bob Scott is leading. It's Bob Scott out front, followed by Lindell and Al.
Three, two,
yeah.
one, go.
That's a pretty smoking lap there, Andres. So Bob Scott continues to lead. Look at his focus. Hopefully you can see some of the drivers when one of the camera angles. Hopefully the camera angle's showing you the drivers and their faces. It's interesting to watch their concentration while they drive. And guys in different ways. Mark, like me, his cheeks are moving a little bit. He's thinking hard.
Track. 3, 2, 1.
Hopefully you can see their hands. Hopefully you get a chance to see their hands on the times too. Different drivers hold the controller in different ways, and they'll try to adjust the controller during the racing sometimes. That can be difficult to do. It can be distracting to fiddle with the knobs while the race is going on, but the best drivers can do it.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So we're 2 minutes into the heat already. It's Bob Scott over Al. It's like Lindell got in a little trouble down there on black. He was in third, but he's fallen back. Dennis has made up for his early problem and is now in third. So
30 seconds.
Bob Scott with a nice little lead. One heat in. We'll see, though. We got plenty of lanes to go, plenty of driver rotation. Once each driver drives each lane, it'll sort things, even things out some. So Phil Nyland's up there on red, currently in fifth, but I have a feeling once Phil gets to the middle of the track, he's going to be pushing up into the lead.
In the stint, please change lanes.
Island 24, Sampson 26. Al, 26. Bob Scott, 27.6. Mark, 24. Lindell, 25.
So that's the end of this heat. Bob Scott won it. Al Castellan was second, and Dennis Sampson third. Lindell Richards was fourth. Phil Nyland fifth,
1 minute
and
left.
Mark
30
Natividad
seconds.
sixth. That's too bad for Mark. He was on the yellow lane. He must have ran into some trouble. He's a couple laps down from the leaders already.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Okay. This is the NSR Western Championship.
Next race, Brandon Phillips.
There are two NSR Championship races each year in the United States, an East Coast race,
45 seconds.
and then this West Coast race held here at Electric Dreams. And we're hoping that maybe in a future year we can have some kind of runoff between the East. I'm not sure where that'll be and how we'll do that. Most of us just drive our cars to get here, so full-size cars.
They better upgrade me.
So racing any farther away is difficult. Man, there's a beautiful car on the black lane here. I wish you were here in the room to see it with me, but hopefully you can see it on the video. Hopefully I'm in the audio range too, but this car on the black lane is a real stunning looking car. Oh, and that's Mark Natividad's car. Great looking car, Mark.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Mark Natividad on black has quite a bit to make up. He is in 6th overall. The leaders are like this. It is Bob Scott, Al Castellan, Dennis Sampson, Lindell Richards, Phil Nyland, and Mark Natividad. I have to apologize a little bit. Sometimes it takes me a little bit to sort out and read for you the top 6, but the way computer monitor shows it, it's not completely obvious. I have to run through the lap counts and figure it out for myself. I can see who's leading overall. It shows me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But when it comes to the heat,
3, 2,
I just have to see who has the most
Bob
laps.
Scott, 659. Phil, 653. Lindell, 635. Flying Al, 638. Mark, 657.
So it is Phil Nyland. Looks like. Let's see who's first to 10. First to 10 is Phil Nyland, followed by Lindell and Al. So there, I thought we might see this. Phil Nyland, he's got that bright green car. Maybe you can see it there on your screen. And Phil is a very experienced driver, a really great driver who pretty much always drives within his limits. But he pushes very hard. Pushes really hard, but he drives within his limits and doesn't come off much at all. So let's watch and see what Phil Nyland can do in this race. He's in 5th overall right now, but he's moving to the better lanes, and I have a feeling he's going to be a factor in this race. But Cruisin' Bob
3,
doing his
2,
thing
1, go.
and leading overall.
The marshals are watching on turns and not the whole race. This is for all the marbles, the loyalty, the exposure, TV cameras, interviews,
Contracts.
movie contracts, meetings with producers.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Okay. We're about halfway through this 3-minute heat. Each of the heat races last 3 minutes.
Yellow, please. Thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Spend 3 minutes on each of the lanes. They're going to run all 6 lanes to complete the race. This is just the second heat, so the drivers are going on their second lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And they've got 1 minute remaining on this lane.
Seconds.
20 seconds remaining in this heat. And the heat leader is Phil Nyland, followed by Lindell, Richards, and Bob Scott. It's really pretty close, though. Dennis Sampson. Yeah, they're extremely close. And everyone getting 27 or 28 laps in that one. The exception of Dennis Sampson, who had just 26 and a half, but shaping up to be a really close race. So heading into the third heat.
We got Bob Scott with 54, Al with 53, Lindell with 53, Dennis 52 and a half, Nyland 52.2, and Mark 51.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So we're going to the red or the black lanes. That seems to make the difference as far as lap totals. Phil Nyland's going to yellow. And he's in fifth.
That Phil's making a move.
Is fourth. Sampson's going to green, so it's a close race. It's all about the track calls.
Yeah.
Try to keep the track calls as few as
Attention,
possible.
1 minute left.
It ruins the rhythm.
So there's 1 minute left in the 2-minute changeover. Drivers taking their time to get their cars ready and prepared for the next heat. They'll move the car to their next lane, change the sticker, clean the tires.
Seconds.
Oh, this is I really like this heat. There's a lot of great drivers in this heat. With Bob Scott leading, Al Castellon currently second, Lindell Richards third, Dennis Sampson fourth, Phil Nyland in fifth, and Mark Natividad in sixth. It's about to start.
1. Power. Track call.
All right, Dennis gets a little bit of a break here. He wasn't done with his lane change, and
Here we go.
and
3, 2,
some
1,
guys made some
go.
noise over there and caused Vic to give him a track call. I'm not sure Vic would have done that if he would understand the full situation there. That didn't warrant a track call. That was Dennis had a full 2 minutes to change car. Yes. So no, and it was hard to tell what's going on down there. The way Tim was waving. Yeah. Well, and that's cool. That keeps it all nice and even and nice and fair. Dennis is on green right now, and so he does need to do well on this lane, get back into the race. And in fact, he just moved from fourth to third. So we have Bob Scott still leading. Bob's down there on red. Oh, and Al's in second, and he's on black. That makes it exciting when you got the two lead drivers on red and black. Oh, and then Dennis Sampson passes Al Castellon for second. So Dennis Sampson moves into second. Oh, and then Phil moves into third, and Al on black gets pushed down to fourth. Black is difficult on this track, and it's heard now, right now.
3, 2,
He does have a fast lap time of a 6.737, and he just did it on the most recent lap. So, oh, but now Al was off. So it is leading this heat is Dennis Sampson after his lucky break. Dennis is in the lead. Little extra time to get those tires prepped, I guess. has served him well. With yeah, we got them all on 15 and 14. There's one lap separating this whole field right now, people. This is a really exciting race. Dennis Sampson trying to squeak out and get to the lead overall. Bob Scott continues to hold it down there on red, which is pretty awesome. If Bob can continue to maintain his lead in the overall, when he finishes the red lane, that'll put him in a really good spot. The red lane is the longest lane, and you usually will get the lowest lap total. It's not the most difficult lane in some senses, but it is by far the longest, and it is difficult with the long outside corners and tight inside corners. The red and the black lanes we call the gutter lanes. They're out on the edge of the track. Tends to be a little bit of grit and dirt out there. If you swing your car too wide in the corners, you can get that on your tires. And they also have the tightest and the widest corners on the track. So the gutter lanes are hardest to drive, those gutter lanes being red and black. But black is the shortest lane, so some drivers, the especially good ones, can really get an advantage on black and yellow and make their whole race. So Bob Scott's in good position, having finished red and maintaining his lead. Dennis Sampson comes into second overall.
Wow, it's going to be close. Heat number 4. Computer says Bob Scott.
Phil Nyland, third.
79.6. Nyland, 78.8.
You fix it?
78.4.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So at this point, it's a race between Bob Scott and Dennis Sampson, and they have a lap on everybody else in the field. Bob and Dennis are on the same lap, or less than a lap apart. Bob's completed his 80th lap, and Dennis is just about to complete his 80th lap. And the other drivers are 2 laps behind. That would be Lindell, Phil Nyland, and Al Castione, and then Mark Tividad is in 6th. It's a close race, and the lane change rotations are going to have a lot to say about how this ends up. There's still 3 heats to go, so there's a lot of time. And Bob, in fact, is in the same position I'm in. Is that right? He did his red. Oh, no, he didn't start on red, though.
Seconds.
20.
All right, 10 seconds till the heat begins. Return to your monitors. Get ready to watch this because this is going to be exciting.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Phil Nyland on black is leading this heat, followed by Mark Natividad on white. So Phil getting it sorted and now is in second place overall and is likely to make a big charge here, I have a feeling. I think you're going to see Phil Nyland moved into the lead at some point here. So we had a track call. A car went onto the floor in a big crash. And so we stopped the track because a car went on the floor, and we give the guy a chance to clean tires if his car went on the floor. Usually you wouldn't be allowed to clean your tires during the heat unless it's green flag and you want to pick your car up and lose time on your own. But when a car goes on the floor, we let them use the roller to clean their tires before we put their car back on the track. So that's it. The heat has restarted. Heat 3 out of 6. In race 4 out of 7. 2 minutes to go. Bob Scott continues to lead, followed by Phil Nyland and Dennis Sampson. First to 10 is Phil Nyland on black. Taking advantage of black. Phil has fast lap time of the race, too. Oh, no, actually. Oh, Bob Scott lays down a 6.2. Oh, Dennis is also doing 6.2s. The others are in the 6.5s. So it looks like Bob Scott and Dennis Sampson are really the class of this field, turning 0.3 of a lap faster than everyone else. It's going to come down to a race between those two. Phil Nyland hanging in there in third, but doing just 6.5s. Well, Dennis and Bob can do 6.2s. Oh, Phil has an off. The marshals are very quick, though, to get him back in the game. So the marshals are the guys who pick up the cars that come up and put them back on, and all of us racers owe a lot to them. If they do a quick, clean reset of your car, it can make a big difference for you. And if they have trouble finding the slot, it can really frustrate you as you watch them struggle to put your car back on and you're not able to go. So Phil Nyland continuing to lead the heat, followed by Bob Scott, Al, Dennis. Man, they're all in it. They're all in it. Even Mark is not done yet with 22 laps. Phil moves down a lap time of 6.379. He's getting down there with Bob Scott and Dennis now. Bob Scott sets the fastest lap of the day on green, eclipsing one of those Marco laps. And in fact, Dennis did fast lap of the day on red a little earlier. So in this heat, we are getting some of the fast laps overall for the day.
Okay, guys, on the screen we have the overall results. So don't forget we have 12 people coming up from the semifinals. Dominic is leading, 154. Sixto second, Jeff, third.
Attention,
Rick,
1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Craig, Chuck, Luis, Andres, Hector, Dennis, and Sam. Sam's in the bubble. Out of the semifinals already, Pete, Jim, the one, Carlo, Chris Snyder, David, Bob. Bob's got still racing, so.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Bob Scott's going to yellow with 107. Nyland's going blue with 105. Sampson's going to black with 105.
30 seconds.
Lindell's going to green. This may be another four-way tie.
This is really going to be a great final two heats for this one right here. And we got a great field of drivers in it. I mean, these are some of the big names. It makes you wonder what's coming up in these next three heats because we got a lot of big names in this one. That means there must be some real hot shoes to come up in heats still to come. No, we are rising up to the top, the cream of the crop here. And we're doing a great job of staying on schedule and getting this race run. Thanks to the help of Victor Dabrowski. Keeps us all hustling and keeps the track running for us.
Sounds like that old video game song.
Whenever somebody sets a fast lap, it causes a beep to go off, and the beeps just keep going off here. There, every time they come around, they're doing faster and faster laps. Best lap times down 6:33 by Bob Scott. Bob Scott continuing. Oh, and Dennis Sampson with a 6:31. So it is Dennis Sampson and Bob Scott putting down the fastest laps. Phil Nyland's in second now, though, so he's hanging in there. We got Bob Scott as your leader, Phil Nyland in second, Dennis Sampson third, Lindell Richards fourth, Al fifth, and Natividad sixth. Coming up for 120 laps. And Bob first to 120 laps, and that's 2 laps more than anyone else. So Bob Scott just needs to hang in there, and he got a clear lead. Just take it easy. Oh, Bob's had an off, and look at him. He's frustrated with that Marshall. Time to go. Yeah, I know. I see that. Good, but he's
Bob Scott 625.
and Phil's coming. You know, Dennis was his competition, but Phil's coming now. Phil's getting it figured out. You know Phil's a great driver. So Phil and Bob Scott. And we're not used to seeing Bob Scott, so he's a little bit of an unknown. We know he's a great driver, but he doesn't race with us very often anymore. We wonder if he's just been there moldering in Arizona, but I doubt it. I doubt it. In fact, he has fast lap of the race right now on the yellow lane. It is Bob Scott with a 6.252. Dennis Sampson with a 6.311. Lindell Richards 6.320. And Phil Nye with a 6.36. So we got a bunch of drivers able to do 6.2s and 6.3s. It's a really close race. But Bob Scott does have a lap lead, but it's going to be a real battle for second and third. And, of course, the number of laps you get overall really matters in this, because in the end we're going to take everybody, put them all in the same group, figure out who had the most laps, and the top 12 drivers will move into 2 semifinal races. So even if you're leading your heat, you don't want to back it down much and cruise around. You still want to get a high lap total, because that's going to count for more at the end of the day. So it's Bob Scott with a lap and a half or a lap and a quarter lead over Phil Nyland in second. And Bob is moving black. So if Bob finds he likes black, he'll maybe. Yep.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Bob Scott's going to black. Phil Nyland is going to white. Sampson is going to blue. Oh, you gotta stay on mixed laps.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Brendan, Papa Hooley, Chris, Dan, Walt, and Ted. Make sure you're ready.
Yeah. So.
Brandon, Bob, Chris, Dan, Walt, and Ted. See the schedule. Make sure you're ready.
30 seconds.
He's not going to. No, it's going to come down to a battle between Bob and Phil, it looks like, which is a pretty exciting idea. I like that race. And are they on each end of the track?
Here we go.
No, Al's down there on red. Phil's only on white.
Here we go. 3, 2,
And this is
1,
the
go.
final heat. So headed into the final heat, the leader is Bob by Phil Nyland, followed by Dennis Sampson, Lynn Richards, Al Castillon, Natividad. Go. So we have continuing to maintain his lead. Oh, come off on Black, though. Black is tough, man. There's some very tight corners on Black. There's also the little chutes, the little straightaways get even shorter when you're on black. So although it is shorter and allows you quick lap time, difficult. And you can make a mistake. And when you come off the track, when your car comes out of the slot in slot car racing, you can lose a lot of time. To win the races, you really need to. But it's it. Bob is extending his lead on black, it would appear. Lindell Richards has fast lap at T255. Nice job, Lindell. Dennis Sampson has a .303 on blue. Phil Nyland doing 6.6 up there on white. He's still holding second place. Sampson is coming. Bob Scott has a 2-lap lead over Phil Nyland, who has 1 lap over Dennis Sampson.
Three, two, one, go.
Last time Lindell, 625, Sampson second, 630.
So Dennis Sampson in the heat, followed by Lindell Richards and Bob Scott. Bob's doing what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't get your sandwich. Get your sandwich and donuts courtesy of JAB Racing.
Otherwise known as?
Yeah. Good job.
Jig jab. All right, Dennis Sampson leads the heat, but he's over in only third overall. It's Bob Scott leading the race overall, followed by Phil Nyland. We got 0 seconds to go. That's a race, and it is Bob Scott as your winner, followed by Phil Nyland, Dennis Sampson, Lindell Richards, Al Castillon, and Mark Natividad.
Scott 27. So computer said Bob Scott 161. 159. Sampson 159. Lindell 157. Al 155. Mark 151. Okay, all country cars.
No, I'm gonna sell it. It's $10 each.
Sam. White lane.
White. Sam, can you collect the cars?
Card on green. 58. Car on blue.
4.
Car on yellow.
35.
You sure? Those look like mine. Here.
Car on black.
These are yours.
59.
No, black.
Black 59.
There's another. No, he's.
59. Red is on red. Bobby Reed's on white.
it's that way. I'm here with Bob Scott, who's the winner of this most recent heat race, and I can't. It's just amazing. This is one of my best friends of all time here, Bob Scott.
Hey, Craig.
I'm so happy to be interviewing him.
Happy to be interviewed.
I bet you are, because
We were busting our ass at Buena Park.
that's right. Bob and I, we like to work together on tracks, and we were ripping apart the track in Buena Park, which was a kind of a sad, teary event to see that gone. But now we're here, all smiles at Electric Dreams, and Bob just won his heat.
I love it. I love it. Oh, I was nervous as hell, you know. It's kind of cold in here. I was shivering. I had to go out in the sun a couple of times to catch some rays, you know. That gave me energy to overcome guys like Lindell and Dennis, and I thought Phil was going to catch me.
Phil Nyland was really coming on.
He was. He had trouble in the beginning, and then he figured it out, and he was kicking my ass. But, you know, that made it a little – I was pedaling easy in the black lane, so
Yeah, you have to do that sometimes on black. That's a tricky lane.
and my eyesight, you know. Even these short tracks, it's hard to see that dead man turn down there, but it worked out, thank God.
Well, that's good, and the sun was in a good place for our heat later in the day, man. That sun's going to come through that window over
Oh,
there,
yeah, it's gonna heat
and we're going to have some odd glare. Well, odd glare for us old guys, too.
Yeah, who's old? It's gray hair.
Old eyes. No, it's just the eyes. All right, so here's your plaque, Bob. You get a plaque for winning the heat. And here, show it here in the camera. Carlos, our expert photographer, and it's been a great day.
Thank
So,
you.
Want to take a look? Bob Scott, Nyland, Sampson, Lindell, Alan, Dominic so far. Top 12 go to the semifinals. Bob Scott, Nyland, Sampson, Lindell, Al, Dominic, Frank, Jeff, Mark, Rick, Dennis Brown. Dennis Brown took off, didn't he?
Right behind me.
all right, so where did I fall to? All six of them went ahead of me.
Okay, turn marshals ready, drivers ready. A minute warm up.
All right, so here we have a one warm-up. We've got the sixth heat out of 7 today. And, of course, the driver lineup just gets more exciting as we go, although I really feel like Heat 5 was the kind of the all-star race in some ways. I really like the mix of drivers in that one. You got it moving? Yeah, okay. So,
Thank you.
yeah, it's bonging.
You gotta be. Thanks, Jeff. Come on, you guys. Hey, you cannot talk. I've never done that. You can't talk. Never.
Hey, go ahead.
I guess.
Hey.
Hey, hey.
I was on.
Oh, I better not say that. He will strike me.
Walt and Bob filling the room with noise. All right, they used up 20 seconds of their practice just doing hollering at each other.
30 seconds.
This is it. There's a lot on the line in the tee to. Oh gosh, and who am I gonna pick in this? I don't like usually, but actually today's worked out well for me, and I actually have had some favorite drivers, and they've been winning almost every one of the heats far. I have very good friends in this. I always like to see Chris Tsukamoto do well. I think Chris is a great driver. He says very little, stays very focused, always concentrated. I was happy to see that Chris Tsukamoto made it up into this heat number 6 because that's a good run for him. He deserves it. And then Bob Uli, always a great guy with 1,000 tips, probably 500 too many, but always great to talk to. And then we have Brandon Phillips. I've heard Brandon's name many times here. I'm not familiar with Brandon. And Dan Tufts. Dan has been very friendly to me today. He is a very nice, jovial guy. He told me he runs a company where they make spicy jams. Jam with jalapenos in it. He had a blueberry jalapeno jelly that he said he's going to send me a jar of. That sounds really good. And I think Dan lives in like Oceanside or something. Lucky guy. And then you got Walter Baines, a legendary guy in many ways. And I like talking to Walt because Walt used to race go-karts a long time ago. Before I ever did, I was just a little kid when Walt raced go-karts. But Walt brings a lot to the races and is always helping us out a lot. He's a super generous guy. And in fact, Walt Baines is supplying all the sandwiches today, so every racer should say thank you to Walt for their lunch.
3, 2, 1,
And then
go.
know the driver on black very well, Ted Nita. But Ted is real focused and a very polite and quiet guy. And I like Ted Nita a lot, so I'm looking forward to seeing him do well in this race. He's starting out on black. That can be a little tough to start on black because it is the most challenging lane. But you need to do well on black. I kind of like the way that I did it when I started on red, although starting on white might be even better. And Bob Uli has that honor. Bob is starting on white. That means he'll get white and red out of the way early in the race. Those are the two slowest lanes. And he'll move into the faster lanes. Brandon's down there on red right now. Oh, and I remember Brandon's qualifying. He did qualifying times. And Brandon, in fact, is now fastest driver of the day on red with a 6.327. That's the fastest lap of the day on the red lane. So we have Walter leading on the yellow lane, followed by Chris Tsukimoto. On the green lane, Brandon Phillips on the red lane. So it is Walt over Ted, over Dan Tufts, over Chris Tsukimoto, over Brandon and Bob Uli. So yellow leads over black, blue, green, and red. It is yellow out front. Coming around for his 20th. The track call, another car on the floor.
Hey, they wipe his tires. Brandon, you wipe the tires?
Here, Lindell's coming with a roller. We got two. So Walter Bain leads on yellow, followed by Ted Nita on black. So Ted's doing a good job of taking advantage of black down there. Dan on blue in third. We got the drivers on the three lowest lanes running 1, 2, 3. Walter's now put down the fastest lap of the day on yellow. A 6.103. Walt Baines on yellow leads the race. Fastest lap in the race. Fastest lap of the day on yellow.
30 seconds.
Walt looks like it goes deep. Fast time.
25 laps in. Walt is your leader. Ed, Dan, Chris, Brandon, on white and red. So we've added a new graphic to the screen, and hopefully you guys out there in YouTube land are seeing it. So this shows you who is in line to be in the move up. That's moving to the semifinals. So remember, there are 12 drivers will qualify for the semifinal, and eventually we'll clean out the ones at the bottom. But for right now, the 12th qualified driver to be qualified to move to the semifinals is yours truly, Craig Williamson in 12th, Dennis Brown.
Attention.
Yep. The
1 minute
top
left.
6 will
30
push those
seconds.
guys out, though. But for right now, you can see that Bob Scott is one of the ones with 161 laps is first to move up, followed by Phil Nile and Dennis Sampson. So it's going to be tough for them, though, because they still have 12 drivers to come after them. So even though they're the top 12 in the top 12 right now, and they lead it, there's still 12 drivers to come who all qualified faster than them. So we'll see if
Attention.
Bob
1 minute left.
and Phil can hang on to be in the semifinals. I'm going to say I'm sure hoping so, because that would make it fun for me to watch.
Okay, that's fine.
We find out.
45. Mac, Todd, Elias,
There you go. This is yours.
Edward Shore. Next race, make sure you're in the building. Mac, Todd, Elias,
30
Rick,
seconds.
and Eddie, World Traveler Shore. 20.
Oh, now we got Todd Ullery out there pitting for one of these guys. You know they're the fast guys when they got the fast guys pitting for him.
Marco. Marco. Yes. No. Ian.
3, 2, 1. Power.
Oh, I see. These are you're on black.
What time is it? How did you move through?
Yeah, no, it just.
That's valid. Mark.
No, it's just because they want to have a.
2, 1. Go.
Printers want to have a half-inch margin at the top and a half-inch margin at the bottom. They didn't tell you about. Well, here I am talking about computer printers. All you people who probably really don't care. So, yeah, I got a young man here next to me. He was here racing with us yesterday, and we're on the YouTube channel. Do you have anything to say to YouTube world about how much you like Electric Dreams?
It's the most beautiful place in the world.
The most beautiful place in the world, he says. What's your name?
Jackson.
Jackson. Jackson tells us that Electric Dreams is the most beautiful place in the world. Apparently, he likes to come here every day with his dad. Every day. But, of course, he doesn't get a chance to do that because he's a serious student, and he goes to school, works hard. He's getting all good grades so that he can get new slot cars for Christmas. Because we're all wishing for new slot cars for Christmas. So Brandon Phillips is your heat leader, followed by Ted Nita, Chris Tsukimoto, and Walter. Man, it's a close race. Walter leads overall, followed by Ted. So Walter and Ted taking advantage of those lower lanes early and holding on to it. You know, running red and black early in the heats, I believe, is an advantage. The sooner you can get your red and black out of the way, the better off you're usually going to be. As the heats go on, the drivers get a little more used to the track, a little more accomplished, and so they want to use those better lanes later in the day to maximum laps. That's how it's always worked well for me, and so we'll see. Walt Baines is setting laps for the day as he goes to the lane. That says a lot. Walt is your leader and has the fastest lap on black for the day. Phillips actually has the fastest lap in this heat with a 6.116. So we're getting very close to that 5-second mark.
3, 2,
That some of these drivers. Yeah, I got a little scary. Right. 10 seconds to go, and it looks like Ted is the leader of this heat, followed by Brandon and Walt. But
Good job, Ted.
It is.
Bob, 25.8. Dan, 26.7. Brandon, 28. Ted, 28.5. Chris, 26. Walt, 28. Good job there, Mr. Baines. Once again, if you didn't have a chance to thank him for the sandwiches and the donuts, make sure you do that. Otherwise, you'll be severely deducted in lap totals.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So, Walt is your leader of the heat.
Oh, yeah. I lost my concentration. Kept blowing it from 3 times.
Maybe at 29. Maybe at 30.
Yeah, no, I don't know
how you do that. Same spot.
I got a tough lunch. I threw up this morning and I had to run.
Attention,
Car's fine
1
with me
minute
up
left.
here. I lost my concentration. I can't. I don't feel good. I don't feel good.
You race it like you feel good. You got 228s.
25.
What happened? You came out
No, I don't know what happened. I think I came out at like such a rate of speed, and then I hit the wall and it just drove the wall. So I was like,
30 seconds.
I don't even remember there was a car next to me.
Okay, here we go. Heat out of the tricks. Okay. Ken's over here trying to do something.
Yeah, you see.
All right.
What's up,
We still got 4 heats to go in this one, so the story is not even begun to be told for this heat, with 4
2, 1,
lanes to go.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Bob Uli leads this heat on green. So Bob getting off the red and white lane. Bob started out up in the top, and I believe he has his red and white out of the way. Maybe Bob can make a little charge here and come back, get into the top 3. It always feels good to get a podium. So
Last time Walt, 6.15 second. And Brandon.
Job, fellas, good job. Yellow.
it's a close race. Look at that. They've all got 12 laps. First to 13 was Walter or Bob. It's hard to say who clicked it first. They must be side by side on the track. Oh, there's 3 of them side by side for the lead. All 3 of the lead drivers are running together on the track. And those would be Walter Baines, Chris Tsukamoto, and Ted. Man, this race is just really close here by just looking at the lap counter. Let's see if we can see on the track itself. I'm usually standing behind the monitor and watching the timing.
1 minute left.
Racing on the monitors, but not like you guys can see it. It's just easier for me to call the race for all of you when I'm watching the monitor. But when I'm behind the monitor, I can't see exactly every detail of the track race. But it looks like Walter Baines continues to lead, and he's leading this heat as well. So he's sealing the deal for himself. He's got a 2-lap lead on everybody else. It's Walter showing the guys the way around, which is pretty impressive. There's a lot of good drivers in this heat. Let's give Walt a very good chance of ending up in the semifinal if he can win this heat. It's probably the winner. Well, actually, all the drivers of this heat have a pretty good job of chance of getting in the semi.
And that's
Because they're part of the final 12.
Dan 26.7, Ted 27.5, Balahuli 27.4, Walt 28.5, Brandon 28, and Chris at
Feels good.
27.5.
I think those little mistakes are just me.
Okay, coming to heat number 4.
Or what?
You said your laptop.
Getting close finish again. Walt with 84.
I think you, like, it's still plenty of pace. I wouldn't try to
Brandon
go.
with 82.
No, I'm not. I mean, I got 28 laps that time, so I think it's fine.
Attention,
I
1
might have
minute
to pick
left.
it up
30
in
seconds.
blue and white
Okay,
because
Matt,
I can
Todd,
move faster than those
Elias,
things.
Rick, Eddie, and
I
Ian.
think as long as I'm doing
Last
28
race.
laps for the rest of them.
I know. I was going to do it. I closed up. I go, what happened? I'm out. Contestant. I'm just going to run around.
I know, it's funny, I know I can drive it into the corners harder, but I'm like really hesitant to do it.
I know.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Because this car, as opposed to some of the other cars, really, like, if you get on the brakes really hard, it wants to kick out. So I'm like not trying to push it too hard.
It's hard because it's like
faster cars finish.
sometimes the car actually feels better if you
These
push
right
it
now,
deeper into a turn. It's harder to
take a picture of it, send it to your friends, and say, hey, look, I'm in first.
Yep.
Don't include the semifinal. Just not doing the car.
30 seconds.
Man, I'm just struggling. The car just rolls out.
20.
So we've got 2 heats to go in this heat race. Oh, 4 by 6. 3 heats to go. Yeah, that's right. 3 heats to go.
Here we go. Controls linked up right. Your marshal's ready. Nail biter time.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ted 661. Walt 655.
Dan.
Dan 648.
Dan Tuff's on green as the leader of this heat, followed by Chris Tsukamoto and Brandon Phillips.
602. Says, man, I'll run 5. I show you how to get it done.
Six.
For driver 10. Mr. Dan. Lieutenant
Keep
Dan.
on. Two minutes to go. The leaders are Dan Tuffs and Brandon Phillips on green and black. Brandon on black, moving by the yellow driver. That shows he's running black well. Sometimes you get stuck with the yellow driver who's right beside you. He's also got a great lane. Not everybody can drive black perfectly well. Brandon having no problems with it, though. So he's down there on these, and he may be Walt for the overall lead as it's all played out. 2 laps. And you remember Jackson, I interviewed just a little bit earlier. He's here fretting a little bit because Brandon's his dad, and Brandon's in second, and he might be able to win it. So he's Jackson spinning loops down here, literally, as he all the excitement. Jeez, this is a very close race. They're almost all on the lead lap, really. It is Brandon who leads, and then all the other drivers are on the same lap behind him. Brandon is...
Houston, please change lanes.
Ed 27, Walt 27, Dan 27, Chris 27, Bob 27, Brandon 28.
So we roll in 2-minute lane change.
And Electric Dreams, El Segundo, California.
So Walter leads with 111 laps, but not by much over Brandon with 110.78. There's just 3/4 of a lap for 2 leaders. And Ted Nidas, the lap behind them, in third. Ted going to green. So that's good. Ted's got Brett out of the way, and he held on to third place. It looks pretty good for Ted Nita. And he's got to run red next. This could give Ted and Brandon a chance to pass Walter. We'll see.
45.
So let's see if the luck continues for these guys. Walter leading, Brandon in second, Ted in third, Chris Sukimoto in fourth, Dan Tufts fifth, Bob Uli sixth.
Go.
So Dan leads the heat, followed by Brandon and Chris Sukimoto. So Brandon appears to be doing what he needs to do. He needs to finish 2 laps ahead of Walter to win the heat. Two laps ahead in this heat. Let him close the overall gap. And there, Brandon has closing the overall gap. So Walt.
Computer says Walt 123, Brandon 123, Ted 122, Dan 120, Chris 120, and Bob 116.
So it's Brandon Phillips, the heat leader, with 2 heats to go. Yeah, and Brandon takes over the overall lead with 2 heats to go. One and another. Looking good for Brandon. Looking good for Ted Nita, too.
Attention.
Ted's in a real good spot. Walter's going to get a break here in the next one, though. He gets to pop off red and go down to green where Ted is now. So he'll, I'm sure, be looking forward to that. And then we give him a chance to come after Brandon and close the gap again. They're really just all trying to get into the final anyhow. They're letting this much. You did get a heat win plaque, which is a nice thing to have for your box and feels good. But what'll amount for more is to qualify for the semifinals. 12 drivers will race in the semifinals, and they'll decide the final 6 who will
10
race
seconds.
for the day as the NSR Western State Champion.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Walt 26.8, Chris 27, Ted 27.
So Brandon handily won the heat by almost a lap
Bob Ben 26.
over Dan Tufts
There it goes.
on yellow. So we have just one heat to go. Brandon's in the lead, but he's going to white. Ted's going to yellow. They're going to green. Should be a good final heat. With those 3 drivers, each in an interesting lane. So, hey, I got Ted Nita right here. You're looking pretty good, Ted. I've been rooting for you a little bit, I have to say. You're a quiet, calm driver, and you're right up there with some of the very best right now.
Well, this is the first time these guys are racing, so I'm kind of a little nervous internally, but doing the best I can.
I can understand that, feeling a little nervous internally. I'm surprised how many drivers I've heard over this weekend say they just only feeling so settled down because this is a difficult track. And so even when you're running good lap times, you're still not totally comfortable, are you?
No, never comfortable. You can't. No.
45.
Well, good luck with the heat, man. Yeah, we're rooting for you.
Elias, Rick, Eddie, and Ian.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that little brief in-race interview with Ted Nita. That's the first time I got to talk to a driver today while he's actually in the heat. But Ted came and sat close over here by our booth, not intentionally. He was just sitting there relaxing while someone tending to his car during the match. And I think Ted's got a little shot at this. He is currently in third and moving to yellow.
138, he's going to white. Walt is going to green with roughly 1 lap behind.
3, 2, 1, power.
No, and Walt was right there at the lap counter, so he's already got a lap. Now they're all coming around. Walt's got 2. Chris only got 1. So Walter leading the heat. And let's see if he can catch Brandon and pass him. Brandon actually has the overall fast lap for the day on a number of lanes, and Walt has the overall fast lap for the day on a number of other lanes. Hopefully you can see that on your screen, people, but really between Walter and Brandon, they're splitting up all the fast laps of the day right now. Those are the times you see over to the far right on the timing screen where it says track record. Brandon laying down a new fast lap on white for the day, 6.272. So it's... That's it. Yep, Walt is your leader. It is green, blue, white, black, yellow, red for this heat. The final heat of this 6th heat race. Boy, it's close between Walt and Brandon. They are on the same lap in the overall. They are tied for the overall total. Walt is ahead of Brandon on the track right now. So Walt is the leader of the heat. He's still not in the lead in the overall, but I'm guessing he's pushing on the door, banging on the door, in fact, there. As Brandon continues to lead the overall race. Walter leading the heat.
1 minute.
Go Walt. Walt first to 20, followed by Brandon, Bob Uli. Oh, and then the rest. So it is Walter with 22 laps leading the heat, followed by Brandon. They both got 160 laps total. They are the leaders of the heat race. Oh, there was some time off the track. Walt continues to lead, though. Whoever got into trouble, it was not Walt or Brandon. Walt and Brandon tied for the lead. 10 seconds to go. Can Walt catch Brandon? Brandon is in the lead overall. Walt is right there banging on the door, and he can't do it. It was very close. Brandon Phillips wins the heat. Followed by Walt Baines, Ted Nita, Dan Tufts, Chris Tsukamoto, and Bob Uli. Okay. Yeah. Brandon, need you to come. Sure, you're welcome. I need you to come.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
If you want to bring your boys with you, that's great. I talked to Jackson briefly during the race. Yeah, I talked to Jackson briefly during the race, and he was really excited to think his dad might win. And sure enough, here I am with his dad, Brandon Phillips, who's won this heat race. Right here for me and face this way. The camera's right there.
Oh, yeah, it's a great time. I mean, any weekend we can come run slot cars with all the boys is a great day.
Right, so that's Brandon's opinion. He didn't even care if he wins. He has a great day nonetheless. But I bet it's doubly fun when you win, isn't it?
Of course. Yeah, we always and that's what racing's all about, right? Doesn't always happen, but it's great when it does.
That's right. He's right there, too. We're always trying to win, but it's always fun even when they don't. So here is your plaque as a heat winner plaque. We haven't always had those. Those are pretty cool. I like the heat winner plaques. Here's our group photo. Congratulations. And congratulations to the two young men whose dad just scored big. Right, so you're certainly in the semis. Oh, yeah, you're definitely in. So.
I'll bring the car around after a couple of hours.
Okay, here we go. Next race, Mac, Todd, Elias, Rick, Eddie, and Ian.
All right, so this is seventh heat race of the day. This is the big dogs. These are the fast qualifiers from yesterday. The 7 fastest qualifiers from yesterday's race are in this final right here. Hey, good run, man. Yeah, you're welcome. That was a good finish.
Okay, so if you look at the results so far, it has changed. Where Craig was in 12th, now he's in 18th. So it's on the screen, just temporary. Okay, turn marshal. Brandon, number 1. Ted, number 2. Walt, number 3. Chris, number 4. Dan, number 5. Baba Hooley on 6. Power once they're all ready.
So I'm guessing you viewers can see now the overall. Oh no, they can only see that. Okay.
Turn marshal. Brandon. Brandon right there. Ted. Ted, I need to go to number 2.
Mika's in the car. Hey, Ted, you
Walt,
want
number 3.
I'm gonna call Ashley.
Chris.
She probably can
I'm gonna call her and go.
Dan, you're number 5. And number 6 is Baba Hooley.
I'll call her every night. He back up.
Hey, Bob.
You're gonna go. I used to have a lot of time.
I'm the one who was like, I don't want to be in there. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's go get. I want to spend time with her.
Okay. We'll go ahead and
For the
start
warm
this
up,
one
I'll do
back in a
both.
second.
Wait. It's not up.
Keyboard went to sleep, remember?
Okay, there you go. 1 minute.
Who's 2?
Bob, you're number 6. 6.
Yellow. Slow down, Eddie.
Yeah, and that makes sense. When he's not at home, Walt is often here. Marshalling in the final corner. Nice ball.
Walt, you can't help me over there.
So this is just a warm up here.
10 seconds.
The drivers are getting a feel for the track, getting a feel for the cars. For some of them, in fact, all of them, this is their first time on the track today.
I need a sticker. I don't know where it flew
Just
off.
clean up.
Oh,
I need a yellow sticker.
can we find a yellow stick? No, but his flew off the track.
Oh, you don't need it. You're not gonna fall off.
Flew off the car.
Put some stuff on the,
Yeah, I wish. We don't. w-
We're best friends.
So this is pretty exciting. We got the top qualifiers are in this race. Let me read down their names for you. So it's Mike McClenaham, Todd Ullery, Elias Mon, Rick Jokum, Eddie Shore, and Ian Douglas. Those are your top 6 drivers. I might have butchered a couple of those names this time through, but I'll get them right a little better next time. Oh, Rick Jokum there takes a little adjustment to get that name just right. But I know I don't like my name mispronounced. My name's pretty simple, Craig Williamson. But man, people, they call me Williams. They call me Greg. They can't even figure out how to say Williamson. So I understand. I wanted people to say my name properly. And these guys all deserve that because these are the fastest drivers we know. Yeah.
Everything was good.
Where are the good karma stickers? Keep it in, boys. Let's go.
Okay, means that Walt bought the donuts and the food. Whatever Bob says goes.
oh, disqualification, no badge. No badge, no racing.
It's underneath my shirt. It's in my pants. Now you got a badge.
Okay, this is it. So after this race, we're gonna take a lunch break, and then we'll come back for the semifinals.
All right, we're doing. This is the final heat race for today, and then we'll get to the semifinals. We're going to do this heat race. We're going to take a lunch break, then we're going to get to semifinals. So they are off. When I saw us had a little leak there, and I've announced a few of these championship races now, and I've seen this pattern before. Although last in the MR slot car race, Todd was able to beat Ian. And Todd and Ian had a big battle all day long. But Ian made the choice to start on black, which I thought was kind of an interesting, bold choice. And he has already got a half a lap on the entire field. He's coming around the lap, the red lane driver. He just did that with just 10 laps in. So Ian, first driver to 10, first driver into the 5.9s, first driver into the 5.8s. There is no one else going under 6 seconds right now. Rick Jokum is second quickest right now on blue with a 6.078. Eddie Shore on yellow, 6.122. Elias on green, 6.19. Todd on white, 6.145. And Mike on red, 6.37. So, you know, Todd and Mike up there on white and red are turning some really excellent lap times for those lanes. So they're going to be a major part of this, too, as the lane rotation continues on. Looks like it's going to be hard to beat Ian, but there's going to be a really great race for second and third. That looks like how it's going to shape up today, but we'll see. Very early going only 2 minutes into our 18-minute race.
607, Eddie 611, Ian 583.
We'll see if someone can come up there to challenge Ian a little bit and make this a show at the end of the day.
30 seconds.
No, but not that like that. Now he's
10 seconds.
back in the field of his, like in that slotted race, he was unbeatable too. But in this race, he's going to get all of it.
And that's
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Mike 26, Todd 28, Elias 28, Rick 28, Eddie 28, Ian 30.4.
Get all the rhythm on.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Get those lanes.
Yeah.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Minko. Yeah, it's a classic track. Big one. I'll show you some pictures of it. Yeah, it's very similar, but super huge. 45 long straightaway. Off and on. They needed power taps, actually. Okay.
30 seconds.
What's that?
I would have said something way
20. Okay, after this race, we'll take a lunch break, then we'll continue with the semifinals.
Hey, someone grab this blue.
Three, two, one, go.
How come you didn't do a track like you did for the dent? Never mind. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. We
Okay. I just want to make sure. That's fine. It's his fault.
no, it.
It shouldn't matter.
Ryder!
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
So we got
626, Mike 608, Ian 587, Elias 610, Eddie 626.
Todd Ullery's the other guy to really watch in this race. Todd's won a few of these championship races as well, or at least won the most recent MR slot race. He's a great driver and a great tuner, really sets up a great car. And so Todd has overall fast lap for the day on the 2 lanes he's run, white and red. And in fact, Elias has fast lap of the day on yellow lane, 6:011. Second fastest driver on the track right now, Elias, on yellow. Followed by Mike. Nice job, Mike, down there on green at 6:086. Mike on green. Leader of the heat is Ian. followed by Todd and Rick. So Todd O'Leary, Rick Jockum, second and third. And that's, in fact, the overall results right now, too. That's the results for this heat. Results overall. We got Ian, Todd, and Rick, your leaders, followed by Elias, Eddie, and Mike. So and Eddie and I have been slot car racing friends for, probably gonna get close to 20 years here pretty soon.
30 seconds.
At least 15. We've known each other and raced together. So he's the person I know best in this heat. And I'm rooting for Eddie, but he's only doing so well on black. It doesn't look like he'll be able to be in the top 3. But he will make it into the semifinals almost certainly. Almost all of the 6 drivers in this heat are almost certain to make it to the semifinals unless they were to have an issue with their car
End of stint.
and suddenly drop a lot of laps. They're turning some fast lap times. Drivers from this group are taking away the fast laps, the record fast lap for the day on each of the lanes.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Lane change interval. Interesting to watch who's doing what to their car. Ian is actually making some kind of small adjustment to his car. He had a set screw wrench. And now, in fact, stick around and we'll give you, there's going to be a time during this race when I was going to offer a little Warren Mosler history. And so we're talking about Warren Mosler right now, so maybe this is a good time. So Warren Mosler actually was a hedge fund manager, made a huge amounts of money. He also had great interest in auto racing. And he began to build cars and market them through the Consulier brand, which is actually owned by someone else. And the Consulier GTP was an unbeatable car in IMSA for a couple of years, and it was really unattractive, not anything you really wanted to drive, but it was a street car, it was available, looked like a bit like a kit car, extremely fast, had a Chevrolet V8 in it, and there was also a Consulier motorhome that the Consulier company built, and they used the Consulier cars to promote their motorhome company. They had a whole fleet of the motorhomes out in the paddock, and all the team would utilize the motorhomes. And then over the years, a couple years later, Warren Mosler went and got a slightly better designer, I would say. And he came out with this beautiful car, the Mosler MT900. It's got gorgeous lines on it. And when it came out, it was the fastest production car in the world, later to be vanquished by people like the Hennessy's and the others who would super build the motors. They would take these Moslers and super build the motors and build 200-mile-an-hour cars. And so that's the small history of the beautiful Mosler and MT900 with those lovely Corvette taillights, well utilized. It's probably the best parts bin taillights utilization of any car in the world. Yeah, he just stole those old Corvette taillights, and the whole rear shape, in fact, kind of mimics the Corvette, the way the license plate is placed. But the rest of the car is actually probably prettier than many Corvettes. And I actually had a friend who had a Mosler. He had a lot of performance cars. He had a Mosler in his shop, and inside, it wasn't the most well turned out car. They were made on somewhat of a budget, and they were made in America. But it really looked like a race car inside. You could tell it was incredibly well built. And so a shout out to Warren Mosler, who's still alive today. You can go read about him on Wikipedia. I did a little studying last night just to share some of those facts with you. But I remember the Consuliers, and I remember Warren Mosler. And in fact, Car and Driver had a whole big deal about whether the Consulier was the fastest production car in the world or not. They, Car and Driver staff and Warren Mosler duked it out for a while there and argued over this. You can go. It'd be interesting to go remember the full history of that. Is mentioned very slightly, briefly on Wikipedia. So, having been a mechanical engineer myself and always enjoyed cars, I'd have to say Warren Mosler is a bit of a hero of mine.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I'm not even Australian. But
Well, that was obvious. You couldn't get it out.
And now we got Mike doing the 590s. Only driver under 6 seconds in this heat is Mike McLennan doing a 5.9. Top 6:05 on green.
Fifteen. 10 seconds.
He's going to do 31. No, not quite.
In the stint, please change lanes.
Rick 28.5, Ian had 30, Todd had 30, Eddie 27, Matt 28, Elias 27. That's only heat number 3. Now we're going into heat number 4. Guys are getting brutal. The results are on the screen right now. You want to take a look?
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So you may have noticed that the qualifying for the moving to the semis has changed now. And my name has moved off the bottom of the list. But that's appropriate. We got the fast drivers up there now. So those are the top 12 drivers so far. But, of course, there's 6 drivers in this heat. So they're going to probably push out 6 of those other drivers.
Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds.
Three heats to go. The Boy, it looks like Ian's first to 100 laps, and the next closest driver only has 95. Oh, that's got to hurt pretty bad for all the rest. I don't want to mention any names, but they're all the other 5 drivers are doing extremely well in this heat, but Ian's really showing him the way around. So Todd is second overall. We maybe could have predicted that would turn out that way. And then we have Rick and Eddie and Mike tied with 95 laps. Mike in 6th place. Mike's on black. Getting that out of the way.
3, 2, 1.
Ian steals a couple more overall fast laps. Looks like he's got a couple more that he's got a shot at. Ian's not at all 6 lap records today. He doesn't have.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Ian 604, Eddie 636,
Yeah.
Rick 616, Elias 607, Todd 599, Mike 602.
So Ian Douglas leading this heat on red. So it doesn't matter. You stick him down on red, he's still going to beat you. That's got to hurt for the rest of the field. That's got to hurt for everybody in the room because it's going to be hard to catch Ian today. And he just always looks so kind of calm behind the wheel. He's got his headphones in there. You see his earbuds. Apparently he's listening to rock and roll right now and ignoring all the rest of us. Oh.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Ian 29.7, Eddie 28, Rick 29, Elias 28, Todd 29, Matt 28.
Gonna have to. You're gonna have to let less break on this thing. I'm not a little less break. I tell you, this point, I got something else. I gotta get that tire.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Clean slab, would you? I will. No, I mean a fresh. Your brains, man. A fresh, it's okay. It's okay. Sure. Yeah.
It was better. I just lost focus.
Attention, 1 minute left.
But no, apparently someone said he likes to listen to 70s rock.
Eddie, can you put your sticker on your windshield? Hard to see on the front of your car.
30 seconds.
Okay. Doing it all the way to the end here.
Oh. And in the lane change, we have 15 seconds to go. We've got this nice calming music to keep you all in check. Perfect.
Here we go.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
The last of the 2 heats for the qualifying races today. We've got 7 qualifying races we're running today. And this is the last one. And there's just 2 heats left.
Sticker. Yellow. Hold on a second, Victor. Thank you.
What is that?
Okay, good? Yeah, thanks.
3, 2, 1, go.
Red.
Something's wrong. It's making rattling noise.
Oh no. Oh, he probably lost his magnet.
Maybe he hit hard.
Yeah, he did hit hard. I heard it. You shake your weights right out when that happens.
First driver in 10, Ian. 8650, Elias 65, Ian 604, Max 606, Rick 605, Todd 602.
Wow, we got a lot of 6-0s in this one. But let's see if who goes first into the 5s. It could be Todd down there on black. Todd's got a 6 with 2 zeros. Todd unfazed by anything, not really listening, just getting his laps in. And there it is, a 5.98 by Todd on black, fastest lap of the race.
No, for him.
Oh, yeah, fastest lap of the heat. Let me say that. Fastest lap
How could you forget Ian?
of the heat.
There you go.
No, fastest lap right now of this heat.
Eddie's got his tires dirty now.
Yeah.
His weight might have knocked out. That's what Craig thinks. His weight might have come loose.
Yeah.
Because it's rattled.
Yeah, if it's rattling, that's what it is. Almost certain.
Rick. That doesn't bother you, does it, Brandon?
But I wouldn't have done it that way.
30 seconds.
So I have a feeling Ian is cruising because he there is no further place from here. So you need to realize that you're racing against everybody in the room, everybody you raced today. 12 drivers are going to make it into the semi. But if you're in the 12, you're in the 12. And so no reason to push overly hard. Ian has the race won very likely. And he has, and that'll qualify him for the semis. So Ian went out, he laid down 2 or 3 lanes extremely quickly, stretched it out to a huge lead of 5 laps. And now he's got 1 heat to go, and he's got 5 laps in the books. We haven't seen, we've seen any heat today where the 5 laps ahead of the rest. This is,
1 minute left. 30 seconds.
This is the fastest group of drivers. This is the top of the track, and yet he's that much better than all the best with 5 laps ahead.
When we did this as hands, left tire straight slick now.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I put a drop. You know all about that, right? Halloween and Tarot.
Yeah.
See how that tire falls.
All right, 1 minute to go in the lane change.
Vic, what's the cutoff on the top 12?
30 seconds.
So the overall at this point is Ian, Todd, Rick, Michael, Elias, and Eddie Shore. He had actually Eddie hit the wall hard with his car. Eddie's car hit the wall hard and may have shaken his ballast weight loose. And so Eddie's fallen back quite a bit. Only able to complete 21 laps in that prior heat when really he should have been at 28 or 29 at least. And he's still not happy with his car. More trouble. So,
All you need is 24.
sorry, and
Have fun.
it's been an exciting group of heat races up to this point, and including this one, although here it's a runaway by Ian, but we've got a great race going on for second place between Todd and Rick. Todd's on blue in one of the center lanes. Rick's down there on black. Rick has some chance of catching Todd. Rick's got his good friend Walt helping him. Doing some spotting during the race. Ooh, Rick and Ian almost identically turned the 10 laps, so they're side by side on the track.
Todd's closing in on you. Yeah, I know that. Okay, but you're fine. You're fine. Don't race him. Yellow. Right. Thank you for calling.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Minute and 45 seconds remain in this heat race for today. It's the last of the qualifying races.
I'm right here, not back there. I'm doing my job.
We all know your job is to yell rider as loud as you can.
No, that's track. I'm not known by rider.
Rider is even louder.
It's Ian, Todd, Elias, it looks like.
I don't think that stuff is helping it out at all. Because the car gets bad right after about 10 laps.
Okay.
Ian gets fast
You just ran your fastest lap.
lane except green, where Todd will own it at the end of the day. At least when we finish all the semifinals. So, and now Ian's getting a little serious there on yellow. He likes yellow. He says, let me just drive this nail into the coffin a little deeper here. Ian Douglas doing 5.89, 5.85 even. We've got one other driver in the fives, and that's Todd. They're side by side, Ian and Todd, both under 6 seconds. And Rick's down there with a 6.033. Great job by Rick on black.
Nothing hurt. Don't worry. I know it. You'll have to work on it.
And that is to the semifinals.
Todd. Phillips.
Top 12, Ian Douglas, Todd, Rick, Mike,
I'm sorry.
Brandon, Walt,
I knew that's who they're talking to.
Bob Scott,
Tell you, this morning
Dan,
I flew up
Phil
here
Nyland,
and I barely made it
Mr.
out.
Dennis Sampson.
I've taken these damn antibiotics.
We're going to the
Viral
semifinals.
when they don't agree with me.
Okay. Now that'll. Yeah, that makes your head.
I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm sorry.
That makes your head foggy.
I know it.
Yep.
You should be. That's a compliment. Come on. I don't know how he takes it.
Okay, we need to do the zones. Okay, where's the car in red? Car in red.
Number 39.
All right, so I'm here with Ian Douglas, and he's won the final qualifying race of the excellent style. I think you beat him by 5 laps. And I have a feeling you took one lane a little bit easy, so you might even had more laps to beat him by. But you got 5.8s on almost every lane. You held the lap record for almost every lane right now. Todd has a lap record. How'd it go?
It went great. It was awesome. Yeah. I actually struggle with green a little bit. Green is like my hard lane. I don't know why, but that's probably the lane that I was sandbagging a little bit on. But yeah, it was great. It was a clean run. Cars are working good. I feel pretty good going into the semi.
Good. green struck. What I interesting is that you decided to start on black. You had the opportunity to choose whatever lane you wanted to start on. You chose black. I thought that was a pretty bold move.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I love starting on black because obviously, like, sometimes people take a little bit to get ramped up, and I just come out on black and I take as much advantage as I can, and then I just hold that. That's my entire game plan. And so black and red are the lanes that I always push the hardest, and then I kind of try to equalize all of the lanes as much as possible.
Okay, and that that makes sense with what I've seen and watching Ian drive now a few great races. Is that when the green flag comes out, Ian is immediately on it and gone, and he'll sometimes put like a quarter to a half a lap on everybody right there, and then the rest get going and they're kind of hanging with him in that first very instant break. And by doing that, heat that adds up. That quarter, a half a lap at the start of the race, every heat, in the end, that ends up being 2 laps. So you must have got 3 more laps somewhere else with all that great driving. So it's a really pleasure to watch you drive, I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Here's your black. And it's too bad you don't have your car to show everyone, but we'll get to see it later because I have a feeling you might get a podium before it's all over. So now we go off to the semifinals. So 12 drivers qualified for semifinals. You're one of them. Take care. All right, sandwich time.
We got 15 minutes.
That's why. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start white. Side right?
Next year? All right.
race, baby.
Hey, I told him you touched his car, so you're like you would kick your ass.
Well, he come in here all like, knock my hat to the ground. I was like, what's up?
I don't know, man. I think Dan kicked my ass. That's the thing.
I was kind of scared.
Hey, he can't catch us, so no problem. He can't catch me. You need to see him walk. He had a hip replacement a year ago.
You're in. You're in.
Good job. Yeah, it's milling like it's good. His controller went out twice on the brakes. The second time it knocked the weight out. So then he finally switched the controller that I gave him his back. I don't know if it's so long to go through them all. That's why I'm running my third eye. I have not had a problem.
Where's Michael?
I got one of those, but not with the fan. It's $600. I got it for about
If you could find 210s, I want one of them. If you could find 210s, I want one of them, please. Why do you need to find 210s? Done that. It's even tighter.
need Ian, Rick. Ian, can you do one? Rick. Rick, can you do 4? Brandon, can you do 6?
Yeah.
All right, 6. Elias, you do number 2. Bob, you do number 3. And Phil, you do number 5.
Stay out your way.
But then I realized, well, yeah, NSR one point call said, oh yeah, FedEx on board. And then when I dug in deep, they said, well, I did this and that. Because
Cards ready, next thing is your
this is not going to do this. Didn't know this stickers are going to be some characters back on the Star Wars insurance or whatever.
Yes.
Put that damn sandwich down. So he just didn't want that one and show his Bring the pineapple.
So that's too bad. The good news might never do this with.
I'll do my best.
That was part of it too.
Okay.
Wait, I know better than that. I know better than that. If I'm going to invest in something good, I don't invest my money, so I have friends in financial analysts.
use it or lose it.
Watch out, Brad. Blue, thank you.
A friend is a person who doesn't put you under any pressure for his problems.
I just need to get rid of the oil.
30 seconds. Ten seconds.
Penalty on that.
Bad lag.
For what? Doesn't matter. There's no lap on me. You're going to let me start there since you're a nice guy. Yes, I would. There. It's good. Just leave it. It's good. But I mean, move it back. Well, Ian did. If Ian can do it, I can
We'll give
do
it to
it.
Mike. Right there. Equal opportunities. Jackson's got their karma. I don't know. Mike. I just say yes to anything. I just work on it.
Take you to that road track together.
Oh, that's right.
Definitely. Still a little tail happy, but it doesn't like ground and stop.
But so bolt it together?
Fix that for you.
Yeah. The hard part comes in wiring and hooking up a computer and running wires to the sun or whatever you got to do with it.
Sticker. Big fucking sticker. Walt, control hooked up correctly? Everybody's control hooked up correctly?
I think so.
Hooked up right? Here we go. First heat of the semis.
Go, boys.
3, 2, 1, power.
Driver 10, Todd. First time Todd, 6:04. Second fastest, Ted, 6:14.
Attention, 1 minute left.
But I thought I saw it.
45.
All right, apparently we may not have been on broadcast. I thought I saw the volume meters rising, but I see them rising harder now. So let me run it down for you again, people.
30 seconds.
We're in the first of two semifinal heat races. The two semifinal heat races will determine the top 6 drivers that will go into the finals for the NSR Western States Championship. Todd Ullery currently leads this first
10
heat.
seconds.
27 laps. He's done a 6.0. In second place is Walter Baines. Third is Ted Nita. Fourth, Dan Tufts. Fifth, Michael McClanahan. And sixth is Dennis Sampson.
Dan, 27.7. Walt, 28. Sampson, 26 and a half.
What do you want done?
Track might have got a little bit dusty and a little cooled off
Clean, leave them alone.
during our lunch break. Just the smallest amount of dust on the track can reduce the lap times. After this couple more heats, though, and I'm pretty sure we'll see the lap times go under 6 seconds.
Attention.
Several of the drivers in this heat have shown they can go under 6 seconds, but the fastest lap time in this first heat was a 6:04 out of Todd Ullery.
Attention, 1 minute left.
The Braves look good. Just like it. As long as they're not rolled up on me. It's in front of me. I like it right here, like tucked up.
Thanks, Al.
30 seconds.
Twenty.
I'm gonna have to call Bob and get How do you race that?
I'll send you the other two.
You got thicker?
Three, two, one, go.
All right, so Todd's your leader on red, and that's a really good sign for him. If you can lead these heats on the red lane, you're in a very good position. The red lane is the longest lane. It's a little more difficult than some of the other lanes as well because the big outside corners, the long ones, you have a couple of tight inside corners. But with these cars in the big, long corners, you have to be very careful. It's very easy to get ahead of the car and spin the rear tires, and then suddenly you're sliding, or you might even spin out. So red lane is a real challenge for sure, and Todd's handling it well. He's not anywhere near Ian Douglas's track record for the day on that lane, though. Currently, the track record for red is a 6:04, and we have Todd doing a 6:299. We got a bunch of drivers in the 6.2, 6.3 range.
Thank you, sir. No, I'm not on blue yet, so you can use it.
Just trying to make sure fair and equal.
No offense, Ted.
3, 2, 1, go.
That's better. Thank you.
I forgot about that.
Track call.
Oh, they're acting. Let them rap. You gotta push.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so +1 for green. Oh, that'll put green in the lead.
Attention.
So that's
1
right,
minute
huh?
left.
I moved green to. Yeah, that. Yeah, that moved him to the lead. Hopefully, that's correct.
30 seconds.
Because it showed 12 seconds on the counter.
It counts the track ball.
Marco's gonna double check it when he's done there.
You check for the green patch, not the red.
What's that?
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, so it's Todd and Mike, your two race leaders.
Marco's gonna check. 10:28, Dan 28, Samson 27.
Walt, was that good? It feels good, Bob. It's still a little loose. It looked good. Yeah, it's good.
Attention. 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Just roll. They look a lot better now than they did before.
One minute to go on the lane change.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Thirty.
30 seconds.
Okay,
The yellow was good. You can check that. Yeah, it counted when it went through, right? I heard a ding.
All right. Start of heat number 3 in the first of 2 semifinals. Yeah, we need to make a scoring adjustment here.
6-6, Ted 638, Todd 610, Samson 631, Mike 608, Dan 635. Todd, first one to finish.
Right there, red.
2 minutes. Computer says it's Todd, Mike, and Dana.
So we got a fairly close race here. Todd's pulling out to a lead, but the other drivers are all fairly tight, and all running around 70 laps, duking it out.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So, Todd followed by Mike McClanahan.
Black. Thank you.
30 seconds.
17 seconds to go in the heat.
10 seconds.
Todd's going to win the heat, followed by Mike and Ted Nita.
And that's
End of stint. Please change lanes.
And that's pretty good.
27.8, Todd 29.5, Samson 25.9.
Mike still was able to come in second in that heat, even though he had a lap deducted that he'd gotten in the previous heat. So that shows pretty strong run for him.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
Mike.
It seems that the track has slowed down a bit.
Thirty seconds.
Thanks, Rick.
15.
Three, two, one, go.
All right. Fourth heat of this second semifinal.
Dan, 61. Todd, 592. Max, 612. Minute 20.
All right, got a minute and 20 seconds left in this fourth heat of this first semifinal. And Todd, it looks like Todd's going to lead from green to checker. I believe he's
1 minute left.
led from the beginning and going to lead. This will be the fourth heat. He has a 3-lap lead over Mike McClanahan, who's having a hell of a race down there on currently on black, right next to Todd on yellow. Todd turning faster lap time. Best lap time on yellow for Todd, 5.92. Best lap time for Mike, 6.112. Ted Nita up there on reds in the third place overall, doing a 6.466. Ted's a really steady driver. He's the kind of driver you don't really notice him that much when the race is going on the track, but when the results come in, Ted's going to be there. So currently we have Todd Ullery leading, followed by Michael McClanahan, Ted Nita, Dan Tufts, Walter Baines, and Dennis Sampson. That's the end of that heat. Todd wins another heat.
27. Samson, 26.8.
Actually, I need some C8 points.
26. Dan, 27. Todd, 29. Matt, 28 and a half.
No track records are falling in this semifinal.
Computer says Todd, 115.
Yeah, but no track.
We're going to grab tape.
Ted, 109. Dan, 109. Walt, 108.69. And Samson, 104.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
Mike's got white.
45.
Seconds.
Push that stick down more.
What do you mean? I need to...
So currently the standings are Todd Ullery over Mike McClanahan, over Ted Nita, Dan Tufts, Walter Baines, and Dennis Sampson. And it looks pretty likely that it might finish in that order. With Ted having a nice little rotation. Ted's just got to get this red, huh?
3, 2, 1, hit it.
So here we go. Ted's moved down to green. It's in third place. Todd out there on black, leading the heat, leading the race overall. Todd just did a 5.989, the only under 6-second lap in this heat.
Ted, 68. Mike, 619. Walt, 621. Todd, 598.
So we got
Driver 10.
Walt, followed by Todd and Michael. So Mike McClanahan really having a great little run there. Todd continues to lead the heat on black, followed by Mike McClanahan and Walter Baines. Ted Need on green, hanging in there, but not making the move he needs to make. If he's going to pass Mike, Ted's still in third. And he is tied with Dan Tufts, though. Dan Tufts could come and pass him, although Dan has to go to red for the final heat.
Seconds.
So it looks like Mike is now the heat leader on blue. Mike McClanahan, your heat leader on the blue lane, is ahead of Todd Ullery. It's okay, though. Todd can finish second in this race. It won't really matter much in the end. The second place in this race will probably get you into the final. But a third place in this race may not get you into the final. So if you're in third place right now, you got to go. You might be a little worried. Well, three, yeah, but not necessarily 6 move up total out of 12.
6 out of 12 move up, not necessarily anybody out of this heat.
That's not true. Todd and Michael move up.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Is that what the psychic said?
No, they will. Trust me.
Attention, 1 minute left.
45.
I like Ted's setup. He's going to yellow.
30 seconds.
He's just going to do yellow. Yeah, do green and yellow. Except for green and yellow, that's pretty good. So he has a chance to come, but he didn't take advantage.
Yes.
of it. He actually
Thank
went
you.
from
20.
He went from third to fourth. Now Walt's on yellow, which is an excellent lane. So yeah, we got Walt in a pretty good setup to maybe finish in the top. Well, finish third. He probably won't be able to make it in the top two. Todd Ullery is in first. He has a 3-lap lead over Mike McClanahan in second, who has a 5-lap lead or more over Walter Baines.
I might be wrong. That thing was up, shorting out.
Well, I think it was crossed.
Uh-oh.
Brady was sitting on both.
Yeah.
3, 2,
Wait.
1, go.
All right, we had a track call there for some reason. Something may have been wrong with the track, or the driver may have been able to create a track call for himself when he needed it. Michael's already done a 6-4. Todd with a 6-1. Ted with a 6-3. Ted with a 6-2-2. Ted on yellow in fourth place. Tied with Walt on black. It's Ted on yellow and Walt on black battling for third place.
Oh, Teddy, thank you.
Each with 142 laps.
I hope I don't return the favor. If you wouldn't have reacted, I wouldn't have known it was you.
Yeah, that helps Walt. Ted had a little bit of an off there. I think Walt may have helped him. And that seems to seal it probably for Walt. Minute and 30 seconds to go in this race. The final heat and the first of the two semifinals. All part of the NSR Western Championship for 2023.
Oh, thank you.
There's going to be one more semifinal, and then we'll move into a final race of 6 drivers to determine who is the NSR Western Champion for 2023.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And 647, Mike 645.
Take that, Ted.
Sampson 644. Todd 593. Ted 622. Walt 624. 45 seconds.
So Todd Hillary on blues, the only driver under 6 seconds in this heat with a 5.936. Next closest is Ted Nita with a 6.22.
30 seconds.
And Walter with a 6.24. We really need to. Really surprising that they're not setting a little bit faster lap times. 6.2s out of the second and third place driver and 6.4s out of the remaining 3. I think I did. Might have done a 6.4 at one point today, so guys are getting a little tired out maybe. These drivers have run a lot of laps.
27, Ted 27, Walt 27, and Todd at 29.
So that was it for this second of the semifinals. And we'll see how those lap totals stack up compared to the 6 that are yet to come. We'll do one more semifinal race with 6 more drivers and give us 6 new totals. You were there for a while. And as Ted Nita just came by, he's a little unhappy, just missed the podium. So it always feels best to finish in the first 3. So
09.
Car on blue.
76.
Okay, car on yellow. Car on yellow.
You just picked it up. What was it?
26. Okay, the car on black.
84. 84. They got it.
Okay.
or maybe I turned it off and I just didn't.
Top 6 fastest out of both races. Race to the
I'm
win.
missing a car.
Well, hi, Todd. I don't have a winner's plaque for you or anything, but congratulations on winning the semifinal. How's it feel?
It feels good. Yeah, the car felt great. The track's gotten way better all day long. And, which way?
That's about me on this one. Here we go.
Yeah, no, the track's gotten better as the day's gone on, and the cars come in nicely, so it was good.
So you're looking forward to the final then, I guess, huh? Well, we're going to be looking forward to a shootout between you and Ian. I think that's what it's going to come down to. You guys are 2 quickest.
Fast car and a pretty good trigger finger, so it'll be tough, but I'll give it my best.
We'll look forward to seeing that. We need someone to chase him around a little bit, and I'm sure it's going to be a hell of a race for second place. So let's watch this next semifinal and see who you get to race against.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Talk to you later. You're welcome.
Okay, Tim Marshall.
Yep, places stiffer, getting going. Yeah, this is where you're at.
Can you do one?
Yeah.
Michael. Where's Michael?
I think we were just racing the heat a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Dennis, can you do two? Where's Dan? Two, right? 1, 2, 3. Dan, 4. Where's Dan? Dan, 4. Michael, can you do 6?
All right, we're getting in place for the second semifinal, the last semifinal. So we got 6 more drivers who are going to run against each other. These are half of the top 12 drivers from the elimination races.
Okay.
And in the end, we'll take the top 6 highest lap totals from all 12 drivers in the 2 semifinals. So we've got 1 semifinal behind us, and Todd's got 173 laps. Man, that is perfect.
It's under 80.
Okay, 1 minute, use it or lose it.
Hey, and we're invited to come down here to Electric Dream sometime. It's an amazing store. Lots to look at, lots of beautiful stuff in the cases. Yeah, they're using it. Yeah.
Watch it on yellow and black. Clear.
All right, this is just a warm-up.
30 seconds.
Again, given 1 minute to feel out the track as they get ready to start this heat. I see Phil Nyland out there looking pretty racy. Phil's next to Brandon. Oh, Phil's in between Brandon and Elias on the track. Should be interesting to see how all that plays out. Yeah, it's an interesting group of drivers here. Here's the lineup we're going to have for this race. Rick Jocham starting on red, Ian Douglas on white, Bob Scott on green, Brandon Phillips on blue, Phil Nyland on yellow, and Elias Spohn on black. Yeah, it's kind of. Right. So.
Keep it in, Phil.
Sure.
Good try. That was Ian patting it.
Which I.
Marshall's ready? Drivers ready?
So we may
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
probably at least have half of the potential move-ups in this.
Sticker on the track. Sticker on the track.
Half of the.
Right in the middle. Is that you again?
No. That's Rick, I think.
Here, Rick. Here's the new one. Rick, here's the new one.
Yeah. Wipe down that.
Three, two, one, go.
Something burning up. All right, it is Brandon over Ian, over Phil Nyland. Oh, Elias passed Phil just as I mentioned him. Elias down on black, doing well. He and Phil going at it.
Rick 635, Ian 597 on white, Bob Scott 624, Brandon 6 flat, Nyland 626, Elias 615. Diamond 10, Ian.
The first driver to 10 was Ian Douglas, followed by Brandon Phillips, Phil Nyland, and Elias Mon. Rick will do good. Yeah. Yep. This is a good arrangement for Rick Jockum because he finishes on white. So,
Black.
I'm talking to young Jackson Phillips here, and he's worried about his dad Brandon's lane change setup. And we're observing what's going to happen. It does look like Brandon may be finishing on some of the tougher lanes. So he wants to get a big lead early. He and Ian need to run away from the field. Ian's actually got a pretty good heat setup, though. Ian starting on white. That's my preferred starting place.
Black.
Going to red. And then finishing on all the good lanes. A yellow start is always a good setup, too.
30 seconds.
So Ian Douglas with a handy lead in this heat. And Ian's already got a lead of a lap and a half on the field. Oh, jeez. Actually, Ian already has 2 laps and change on the field.
Good job.
So Ian's really moving out. So Ian Douglas leads after just one heat run in this semifinal. Ian Douglas leads over Rick, who's looking pretty good since he was on red. Rick Jockum in second. Elias is in third. He was on black. Brandon fourth on blue. Phil on yellow. Bob Scott is currently in sixth.
Attention, 1 minute left.
You kept it 173?
second heat has begun. I had to run off and do a little chore there. Let's get you up to speed. Ian Douglas is leading overall, and looks like he's moving out to lead on this one too. Yes, he is. First driver to 4 laps. It's Ian, Rick, Elias. Ian on red, Rick on green, Elias on blue. See if Ian can win the heat on red. That'd be a bad sign for the rest.
Ian 613, Brandon 635, Rick 618.
Ian continues to lead
Bob 637.
over Rick, Elias,
Driver advance.
Bill.
There's Ian on red, 609.
Well, it's all him. He builds the car, but he's good.
So Ian Douglas leading the heat on red. That's a bad sign for the rest of the drivers. If Ian's going to win the heat on red, that puts a nail in their coffins.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Yeah, come over here, and then you can watch the board and see where your dad's at. And, yeah, you can see the race over there.
30 seconds.
So for this heat, we've got Ian over Elias. Elias in second place in the heat. Rick Joachim in third on the heat.
10 seconds.
Ian gonna rack up
End of stint.
Ian racks up a 30 on red.
Ian 30 on red.
The next best driver doing 28 laps on green. That was Rick Joachim. Oh no, it was Elias. Did 28.8 on blue. Elias took second in that heat, and he's currently second in the race. So the rundown for the race is Ian Douglas in first, followed by Elias. And then Rick. But now we've changed the view, so I can't give you the other
Attention,
positions.
1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Eddie Shore has just explained that he turned his car into a maraca.
Attention,
So
1 minute left.
one quick hit into the wall, and there it was. Shake it, and she makes a nice sound. So it was Eddie got closed out in the semifinals. Didn't make it in. Isn't going to make it into the finals.
Seconds.
right, here we are, about to start heat number 3.
2, 1, go.
Now we got Brandon up there on red, Elias on white, Ian on green, Phil's on blue, Rick's on yellow, and Bob Scott's on black. Who's your favorite driver? I hope he's doing well for you. I hope you're watching this broadcast and enjoying it. Your driver, let's see if he can get into the main. 6 drivers will make it into the main event. I see Carlos and Marco have the trophies and awards out here right now, and they're looking pretty sweet. I'd sure like to have one of these crystal trophies they're giving people. First, second, and third each get a tall crystal trophy. Nice etched piece of glass. And they'll each get a car as well. There's some other cars out there for fast lap winners and other awards. So Rick on yellow leads this heat, but it's really close. They're all on the lead lap with 11 laps in, all drivers on the lead lap. Oh, and then Rick has an off, and they get involved with a couple other cars. Bob having a little trouble on black. Struggling. Black lane is difficult. Yeah, Eddie agrees, and that was from my own personal opinion. We all think black is tough. Some guys can just get there and really put in the laps on black, though. Yeah.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Come and practice black. So Ian is now taking the lead for this heat. Ian on green. Yeah, Ian is nailing all the fast laps. In fact, Ian now owns the fast lap for every lane so far today. The lap records. Only driver in this under 6 seconds in this heat. Next quickest, Rick with a 6.1. Elias is up there on white, so he can't go quite as quick as he was earlier. He's doing 6.2s. But Elias is definitely a factor in this race.
10 seconds.
No stickers staying on this car.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Went right, wide open right
Brandon
there.
28, Elias 27, Ian 29, Phil 28, Rick 28, Bob 26.
That's why I'm like, come on. Like,
Oh, I got it.
come on.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
I saw that. As soon as the power went on.
No, no more.
And 20.
There's tons of stuff in the bag outside by my box.
I don't. It's lost a sticker every single week.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I've never had a problem before. Ever.
So we got 3 heats to go.
Every single week.
45.
Because that was just for the heat. See, each heat, then it adds up to this. So your dad has...
30 seconds.
Yep. Your dad got caught up on one of the lanes. He's having some real trouble. So these guys...
20.
83 and 82. He still might. there's a good chance that 4 of the drivers from this heat are going to move up. Now, there's no guarantee of that. It could, it's just because of how quick they are and because of what the guys did in the previous one. So it looks like there's a really good chance that there'll be 4 move-ups from this particular heat. Yes. Yep. Yeah, he's in an excellent place. He's got the best possible.
3, 2, 1, go.
So he has to beat Phil, and maybe he can. And actually, he's only I'm talking with Jackson Phillips here again, and he's worried about how his dad's doing. And his dad's only a lap and a half now behind Elias. In fact, a lap and a tenth behind Elias. And Elias out there on red with 2 minutes to go in this heat. So this is Brandon's chance. Yeah, so this is Brandon's chance to move up ahead of Elias and continue on. It's very close for those cutoff spots. Ian showing him the way around. He's already got a 6-lap lead on the field. 6 laps ahead of Rick Jochum is Ian Douglas. On the yellow lane, Rick's on black. Rick in a pretty solid second place with 99 laps.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute left in this heat. Ian leads the heat. Brandon's in second in the heat. Rick third in the heat. Brandon's doing what he needs to do to pull himself up, get in that top 2 or 3 that it's going to take to move up.
30 seconds.
Brandon and Rick are going to be duking it out, it looks like, for one of the move-up spots. Oh, Brandon, Rick, and Elias, of course. Elias will be done with red here, and then he'll move to green and yellow, so that's very good for him.
10 seconds.
He's talking.
Stint. Please change lanes.
You're a good soul, Bob. Good soul.
Elias 26, Phil 27, Brandon 28.
That's it. So Ian actually already now has 10 laps over the third place driver. 10 lap lead over third place with 2 heats still to go.
Attention, 1 minute
Someone's
left.
going to have
30
to
seconds.
figure out how to give Ian a little more competition here next year when we come back and do these again. Because Ian's just, he's got some great skill for sure. He's a great driver. And he's got great setup cars. But he's willing to share his car setup. He'll tell you about how he sets up his cars. He'll help you out. So hopefully we can see some other drivers next year, like Phil Nyland, giving Ian a race for it. Okay. I don't know. It's too shady these days. Whoops. Okay, excuse me.
30 seconds.
It's tense. Jackson Phillips, probably the most on man in the room.
Number 5.
Who's going to get a second interview for the day? We'll see who that's going to be. I guess it's going to be Ian, actually.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's just be exciting to see who finishes third. Ian Douglas, your leader, followed by Rick Jocham. Rick's in fourth place in this heat, though. The lead for the heat is very close between Brandon and Ian on yellow and black. I guess they're racing side-by-side lanes. Yeah, Ian and Brandon.
First driver to 10. Ian. Phil, 684. Bob Scott, 646. Elias, 617. Rick, 616. Brandon, 612. Ian, 587.
Track. Ooh, that's the right time to crash.
3, 2, 1, go.
The heat leader is Brandon Phillips, followed by Ian Douglas. Oh, it looks like Ian's now the heat leader. Brandon might have even had an off. Had a slightly slow lap time. Good marshalling, but it still was not a racer's lap.
Attention, 1 minute left.
One of the marshals marshaled him in 1.3, 1.4, 1.5 seconds, something like that. Good marshalling, guys. Thanks for all the help, everyone. The marshals, those who came from out of town. Marco and Carlos for everything they do running the race here at Electric. Scott Bader for supporting us all and being behind us in everything slot car.
30 seconds.
Glad to give a shout out to all those. And all the great racers who showed up today, young and old, seasoned and rookies. And Elias feeling some pressure.
Understood. Please change lanes.
Yeah.
Phil, 25.
One more heat to go in this semifinal.
Brandon, 29. Ian, 30.
Thanks, dude. Light, red. Thanks, buddy. Where's Owen?
He's outside.
Can you check on him for me?
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's a pretty big gap there. I think only those first two are going to go for it.
Attention, 1 minute left.
See. Hopefully, if I can finish strong.
Yeah, no, there's a really good chance there's going to be 4 move-ups out of this heat. So, so, um, he's got to beat Elias, but he's got to
30
beat.
seconds.
Got to beat Elias, but that ain't gonna happen.
20.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I believe that. I think 4 will move up from here.
Last heat.
And Phil can't catch Elias.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, this is the last heat, the semifinal race, the second semifinal. We had 2 semifinal races used to determine drivers. There are 12 drivers total in the 2 semifinals, and the six with the highest lap totals will move. Track.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
2 minutes remain in this final heat, final semifinal, and then we'll be getting ready for the final race. In this heat, again, it's Ian leading the heat, followed by Phil Nyland. Oh, no, excuse me. Ian's followed by Elias and Brandon. And Rick. Who's off? Elias came off. He was in 4th, though. Brandon now with a solid 3rd.
Attention, 1 minute.
Yeah, Phil would have to make up 2 laps on Elias here with just a minute to go. Okay. So 30 seconds remain in this final heat of the semifinals. Okay, so we have a tie for 3rd place, or for 2nd, really. Second place between Rick and Brandon. Yeah, Brandon's in 2nd. And that's it. That was the final.
25, Rick 27, Phil 27, Elias
Ian
27.
so in the overall.
So the final are going to be Ian, Todd, Mac, Brandon, Rick, and Walt.
Wow. Oh,
Do you need
man.
to do track positions? Are they close?
So Elias misses out by 0.14 laps. 0.1. Walt cuts Elias off the list by 0.14 laps. Great job, Elias. Great run, man. Yeah, you did great. Don't fret. Yeah, it's very close. So let's get the finals before we make any real decisions here.
Yeah, he came out twice in the last minute.
Carl Blue. Yellow.
You just had that bubble on white. Rick is out there.
Okay, Marco's gonna go ahead and get all this stuff set up.
All right, that didn't change anything. So we see now who the final 6 drivers are who qualify for the Western State Championship.
We're taking, when Marco announces everything, we're gonna take 15 minutes to clean the cars and then a 1-minute warm up.
When did I get him? 7. Did I get him now?
Marco needs to pick them up.
No, let Marco get him. Can we get the car? 7. Yeah. Ian, good job. Incredible. He didn't make the semis. He had a controller fail and then the weight came out.
Oh yes, the Karacha car.
Yeah,
I know. I was like,
he was right over there.
8474.
I know, he was right over there. We were Phil Sanders. Those 10 sections. Cedric beat me by 1 second. Yeah, 1 second.
All right, here I am with Ian Douglas again. We're going to be pretty good friends. I've talked to him quite a few times over the last few months because I keep seeing him right here in the winner's circle. So congratulations, Ian. You just won the semifinal and win the opportunity to move up to the final. You also pretty much decimated them. I hate to say it for the rest. How does it feel?
It feels great, man. It feels awesome. I do want to just congratulate Elias for his best finish so far at a big race. He crushed it all day. You know, there were obviously a couple mistakes, but, you know, your first time in the semi, he did fantastic. And I also want to congratulate this guy, Jeff, for doing a fantastic job upping his last finish here, too. But, yeah, I feel awesome. The car is coming in as the heat comes up, and I couldn't be happier right now.
Good. Those are some really great shout-outs. I appreciate your honesty on that. I have to say we're all really impressed with Elias and happy to see him doing so well with racing. He raced in our Far Out Slot Car Club, and we enjoy racing with him. And I also really appreciate your modesty. With as much winning as you're doing, you could easily come up here and brag about yourself and tell me all kinds of bold things. But when we have an interview, that's not what you do. You're busy talking about others and how great they've done. So that's appreciated by all racers. We know that, right?
Yep. No, I appreciate that from you. But yeah, these trips are all about the people. You know, it's like people think that slot cars is about the cars, but it's about so much more. It's about the technical. It's about the friendships. It's about the Marco. Yes.
You would
yes.
not have come here just to race. You came here for all that. And a lot of it is thanks to Marco. Marco does deserve a big shout out. Thank you. And Scott, the man
Scott,
behind the scenes.
Scott keeps the ball rolling.
That's
yes.
right. So,
And
all right.
thank you for all you do.
Well, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
And
Well,
you're wearing the best shirt in this place for sure.
Thanks so much. I was there and I ran the race. I did. We can tell that story later, another time. So. And he mentions I'm wearing a race. It's the last race at Riverside. And the funny, interesting thing about my last race at Riverside shirt here is that we then, SCCA Cal Club, we ran 2 more last races at Riverside after this one, but I didn't buy the shirt. It didn't seem to make sense anymore, so. You know, I think that might be why it says the last road race. But I think after that even, because they said they were going to close.
Great job, John.
might have been an 89 even. Because this says July of 88. I'm not sure we ran 2 more races in 88 there. So, but yeah, that's partly why I. Europeans seem to be. The car wasn't quite to his liking. And he still wasn't very phased. He still was mellow about it. But sometimes drivers who like to win, they have a hard time losing. They don't do well if their cars aren't moving, so they're blowing up internally, having problems. So, but Ian Douglas isn't like that. I'm having some discussion here with Mill Conroy about Ian Douglas's driving, and we're all pretty stunned by how good he is. And we're hoping we can see some more drivers as good come down to race against all of us. So I'm inviting all of you who are watching to come down to Electric Dreams. Come race with us. Come enjoy the cars. Come look at the cars in the cases. Bring your kids. Bring your family. It's a nice family place. We've got a couple kids right here now. Brandon Phillips has got his two sons here. They're cheering him on as he goes to the lead. So, like, we have seen him. Jim Rose usually. Yeah, that's the thing, too. Mill's reminding me that now that Buena Park Raceway is closed, we're seeing more than ever Buena Park Raceway. It used to be that Sam Rathman, some of the others might come by to watch, but now we got Phil Nyland in the race. We got Sam Rackman in the race. Eddie's been racing here for a little while. We're going to be racing here, though.
silver. We have a really nice black class.
I'm missing one car. Who's it? Oh, his car's right here. I don't know why he didn't take it over there.
What is that? Oh, one track. How many? Four or two? Yeah, it looks like two. I'm just wondering if it was four, which it might. Yeah, it does. Split? Or yeah,
I see my car. My car's like this.
Yes, I told him that it was good. Or last one, he's like, it's not. He told me it's not. I see it's like it is under the X. Okay. Oh, opportunity noted for the future.
Oh yeah.
Run the rear like 0.3 mil off. Run the fuel gauge go into the whole thing up. Go.
So that's like 100 kilometers per hour. Oh, why turn it on? I.
The way you look at it, blue or red. It's gravity colors. They have like a, I think they call it chameleon line. They've got. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check out the spiker really quick and then probably get it. I'll do it myself because I want to look at the car and everything, but I appreciate it. I would like that. No, I mean when I go to get my car. You can come over if you like. I don't remember. I didn't print it. I think I bought it. That's Walls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, you too. Eddie, here's all the stuff right there. Right here in the end. Oh shit.
Okay, a couple more minutes.
Wait. Where's the thing?
Couple more minutes, 3:40.
What the heck? What is this? Where's the 290? I'll go get 90 for you.
Yeah, that might be a little bit hard to drive that way.
That he would. And you went. Don't let anybody hold your controller either. Hey, what is this? Dialed. This is cool.
I never call. You know,
Oh, yeah.
What?
my grandpa does it to me all the time.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
put
an
them
old,
on the
I'm an old
windshield,
man
they won't
inside.
stick on.
They look different. This looks so different.
Are we going back?
He went back to black.
And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it's right there.
Hey, Marshall, does everybody get ready?
Oh.
30 seconds.
We might need to pull the trophies off.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, whoever knocks over the first place trophy with the car gets to get first. I'm good. I have one.
I need.
If you can knock it over. I don't think you got the speed in yet. It's on Todd's car anyway. Let me go. Wow. No good or luck. Not even coming out.
Again? I mean, that's why I did nothing bad.
Let's go. Thank you. May 14th.
Cool, I'm glad you made it. I was actually there. That's amazing.
Hey, turn marshals. Turn marshals. Those that didn't make the move up, I need you to turn marshal.
Right, buddy. 56.
Everybody.
There's a sticker right there. That's probably for my car. Wait, I want to yell. That's my car already.
Did you put a dab of super glue on your sticker this time?
No, you put it on the windshield, I hope. Because they're loose.
You should use some tape to hold on your tape sticker.
Somebody needs to do
Now I
three.
got brakes. Maybe.
Somebody needs to do
Not only did I change the piss out of that, I changed controllers too.
Like brakes at the group C. This is his car.
Is that full brake? Full brake. Did you have a switch for it?
No, I mean I have an anti-brake, but I don't want anti-brake. Dude, and these have the most brake. But still, you said the majority of
I need Elias, Ted Nida, who left.
He's right over there.
Phil, where is Phil? Right there, Phil, good there. And Elias, 6. Dan, Daniel, all right, right there. Bob Scott, where are you? Can grab 3 here. And I need Dennis here. So I need somebody to fill in for 10
Wanted to
Ida.
make semis, I made the final.
Walter, no, Walter, listen. Al, you wanna do it? Can you do it? Oh, the worst is.
And that way, none of these
Jeff doing it? Good man. They might get it. You walked up? Because they could be a lot more drivable. Maybe. I don't know. But maybe your car's just stupid.
So looks like maybe we're going to get one more legendary guy into the race. We're going to have Mill Conroy do some marshalling. Oh, no.
Hey, Mill, you're racing.
All right.
Guys,
Getting
you guys
ready.
have 1 minute warm up, all right?
4 minutes?
1 minute.
So this is
Yep. We all get 4 minutes, but you get 3 minutes.
Rick feels the pain with the reminder. So here we go. This is the warm-up for the final. So this is what we've worked for the past 3 days. We had practice. We had qualifying. Qualifying races. And we have the final. 6 drivers will duke it out side by side for the Western Championship, NSR. So these are all NSR cars. They're all the same model, the Mosler. The cars are made by the NSR company from Italy. And they're Mosler models.
That's how qualifying went. Hold on, can I get one? Walt probably has one.
Does anybody not have stickers?
Yeah.
Does anybody not have stickers?
Do I have time? 64:41. Or 54:41, I forget.
Does anybody not have stickers?
What is it, Al? Do you know?
Now, they all got their stickers. We're good. You can take that set home and souvenir.
54:40. I don't know, but 40, 41, 42, 43.
That's it.
And then 34.
West State champion.
Big ones. That I remember.
Okay.
Well, I know it's a long day for me, and I've mainly just been walking around and talking. Some of these guys have been racing, racing, and racing, and now they're going to have to do 6 5-minute. And I'm guessing a couple of them, their brains are getting a little gray at this point, a little fadey, because it's been a lot of racing today, huh? So, and the sun will be going down pretty soon. So we'll see. This is
Wait, no.
some. There's be some pressure on these guys to run
Right by 7.
5-minute heats.
Right by 16.
Another thing, guys, there's no mulligans. If you have a problem with your controller, it's green. If your sticker falls out of the car, you stop your car in front of you, put another one. I want to have an extra set I have here, but nobody's going to stop the track and wait for you to go there to get the sticker.
Thank you.
Yeah. Make sure the nose of your car is clean and the sticker stays on.
You got the inserts, Michael?
So this is it. Marco just explained. There are no mulligans, no sympathy track. The only will be driver panel, inside straightaway and on the floor. Other than that, the power will not be turned off. No excuses. Here we go. We got Mike and Todd down there on red and white. Walter and Brandon in the middle on green and blue. And Rick and Ian down on the bottom on yellow and black. This makes it pretty exciting. You got Rick Yoakum and Ian Douglas side by side on yellow and black. This might be some of the incentive Rick needs to pull out some of those laps we know he can do. I know Rick Yoakum's one of the best drivers out there and really can get serious when the going's tough. So let's see if he has anything at all for Ian Douglas or who else in the field he may have something for. But no, as in typical fashion, Ian's already down in the 5.8s. He's even done a 5.77 out of Ian Douglas. With less than 10 laps in, Ian already has a 1-lap lead. So it is Ian over Todd, over Walt, over Brandon, over Rick, over Mike. Getting a little spread out already. No one's cruising in this one. They're all pushing hard. We're having some crashes. Oh, Ian decided. Ian may have. Ian's got a 2-lap lead, and he's simmered her down already.
I know. Thank God.
So it is Ian over Todd, over Walter, over Brandon, over Rick, over Mike. So that makes it black, white, green, blue, yellow, and red. Black is your leader. Continues to be black. Black is out front. Todd and Walt fighting out for second place. Ian's moved 2 laps ahead. Lap and a half at least already. Ooh, what was that? May have been an off.
2 minutes. Ian with 30. Todd with 29. Walt with 28. Brandon 28.
Remember,
27. Mac 27.
these are 5-minute heats. So those are their previous totals. They got their 30 laps in, and they've still got 2 whole minutes to go. In the previous heats, the 30 or 31 was as much as anyone was going to do. But now Ian's at 34 laps with a minute and a half to go. Hey.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Hey, I just want to say thanks to all the viewers out there on our YouTube channel. And certainly the help here at Electric Dreams, all the workers, everybody. We're grateful to you for watching us and enjoying this broadcast. Marco and Carlos, they put a lot of time into this, setting up the cameras, getting everything right here, get some good lighting, make sure everything's ideal for you viewers. And Carlos just came out and told me that over 800 people have viewed the channel today. And I'm glad to hear that. It's amazing that many people are watching us. Hopefully by next year we'll have twice as many people watching these races. So we're going to try to do championship races here 4 times a year. And I'm going to try to announce those championship races for you each year, each time we do them. Try to get some continuity going so we all understand what's going on and what's taken place in the past. We're all beginning to understand the legacy that Ian Douglas is building and the rest of the racers here. And I think we're going to have fun watching that over the coming year. it makes it a bit fun when young men like Jackson show up to watch his dad race, Brandon Phillips, and it makes it fun when all you guys out there in YouTube land are watching us too. It just adds a little extra to all of our effort because we put in a lot of work on these cars, and we spend a lot of time, obviously, here racing them. And we have a lot of fun. We try to keep it mellow, but it's all really pretty serious. These guys, these guys are taking this pretty serious. And I know that a few of the guys who didn't do as well today as they thought they wanted to or as they expected to, they're going to go home and they're going to lick their wounds. They're going to be feeling some pain tonight. Some of them might have even have thought, oh, that's it. I'm done with this slot car racing thing. But I'm pretty sure, knowing the way racer mentality works, by the time it's tomorrow morning, they'll be planning their next car and how they're going to come back and be even faster. So we're inviting any of you out there who are watching this broadcast to come and visit us here at Electric Dreams Raceway. It's in El Segundo, California. It's very close to the Los Angeles airport, the world-famous LAX. You can fly into LAX. We even have a shuttle. We'll help you get from the airport to the racetrack or help you get from the airport to your hotel. We can recommend hotels and restaurants in the area. We can help you tune your car. You can come and race with us. Come and enjoy our incredible championship races. Or you can stay home in the snow and watch it. So that's a nice thing. We got no snow to worry about here. It's a gorgeous day in Southern California. In fact, December, we have some of the nicest weather of the entire year here. Sun's still shining, but it's not too hot. Look, most of us are in short sleeves. All right. This is the second heat of the final. Ian moves out to lead again, but Brandon is chasing him this time. Oh, it's pretty close amongst the remaining 5. Ian pulls ahead, but the rest of them are all duking it out on the same lap.
Todd, 616, Brandon,
Ian
630, Matt, 619, Ian, 585, Walt, 632, Rick, 616.
So we've got Ian, the only driver, under 6 seconds. Only driver. He's the first driver all day to go under 5.8 seconds.
I passed Ian, everybody. Short-lived as it was great. That's right.
So Ian's in the lead. All the other drivers are on the same lap together, fighting for second place.
616 on red, Rick 616 on black, Matt 619, Brandon 630, Walt 626. Ian holding on to that 585.
Some 6-1s there.
Not as fast as he was.
We got 3 drivers doing 6-1s, 1 driver doing 5-8s. Let's see if
3 minutes.
yeah, Ian is not able to knock down his previous record lap time on blue that he set in his semifinal. He was able to eclipse his semifinal lap time on black.
Not so much about having record laps, staying on and making laps.
Staying in the lead.
Yeah, and Victor Dabrowski, just reminding everyone, Victor, our excellent race director, reminding everyone that you got to go fast, but you even more importantly have to stay on. And I got to say, in Ian's case, both of those, he's got them down. He's got fast laps, and he stays on. All right. Next best laps are still just 6-1s. I got a 6-1, 6-2 out of Rick Jocham, and I got a 6'1", 6'9" out of Todd Ullery way up there on red. Right. I'm saying other than Ian's 5'8". Wow, and Ian has just reset. Just eclipsed his semifinals lap record for the blue lane. So Ian's not necessarily taking it easy here. Yeah, Ian, let's see you go for max lap total. Let's see how many laps you can really rack up with 5-minute heats. So it's going to be a full 30 minutes of racing for these drivers, 30 minutes on the track. 5 minutes per lane. So remember, there's 6 lanes, and each driver is going to run each lane one time. They change lanes after 5 minutes.
Attention.
Sticker on the front of their car that matches the color of the lane they're racing on, and that allows the to know the marshal not any car that comes off. We call the, if you want to race slot cars, you have to marshal as well. It's part of the game. Once you've done your driving, you've got to do your marshaling to fill in and pay your part of the deal. And you ideally would marshal the drivers very quickly, even if they're your competitor, because some other day they might be marshaling you. So everybody wants to give everybody the respect they deserve with the marshaling, and the marshal's going to try as hard as they can. All right, 2 heats are down. And the standings are: Ian Douglas is your leader, followed by Todd Ullery in second. Walter Baines is in third. Rick Yoakum is fourth. Brandon Phillips fifth, and Michael McClenaham sixth. Just 2 heats are in, though. They're 5-minute heats. We're going to change lanes. There's a lot of opportunity for this to switch around.
30 seconds.
So watch them as they pit their cars. And this might be a little opportunity for me. I did want to give these shout-outs to Warren Mosler. I explained once earlier today who he is. And maybe now other people have joined the broadcast just for here for the final. So one more time, we'll mention that we're racing NSR built cars from Italy. Racing only the Mosler model. And the Mosler car was created by Warren Mosler of America. Warren Mosler was a hedge fund manager who made a whole heck of a lot of money, and he also loved cars. He designed his own car, the Consulier GTP. That car raced at IMSA and was nearly unbeatable in a showroom stock type class, showroom stock GT. People felt in some ways his car was unfair because he had a fairly small production run, but was a really great car. Maybe not the prettiest thing ever. It was called the Consulier. So then Warren Mosler went, said, "To heck with you, I'll show you how to do it." And he went and got a better designer and this beautiful car, the MT900 that we're racing today. And he got some, what I like is he got some Corvette taillights out of the parts bin, integrated them into a beautiful design, and built what was the world's fastest production car at the time it was produced, the Mosler MT900. So here we go. We're 15 seconds in to the third heat. These are 5-minute heats. That was Elias jumping in there, do some quick marshaling. Maybe we're building some Elias fandom out there in the YouTube world. Elias did really well. Got into the semifinals and finished 7th overall. So that he was 1 spot off being in this final race for the final 6. So congratulations to Elias. Had a great day. So look for more of him here on the YouTube channel.
Ian 592 on white, Todd 6 flat,
So again, Ian, the only driver under 6 seconds in this heat. He's up there on white doing 5.928. Resets the lap time again, 5.921. Yeah, it's cooling off a little bit here in the room. That might be why we don't see more drivers under 6 seconds. But they are right on the verge. I got Mike on yellow doing a 6.02. Todd on green with a 6.00. Okay. For who? Who am I keeping it down for? They want to hear what they're doing. Drivers are dying to hear about themselves. Just because you're not in there. So Ian leading on white, followed by Todd, Michael, and Walter. I see yellow and blue having a close race on the track. That is Mike and Rick. Past 30 laps, that means there's 2 minutes in. These are 5-minute heats. They got a minute and a half to go.
Tires are a little dirty.
Brandon on red. Best lap time, 6.431, fifth place. So the leaderboard at this point in this heat is Ian, followed by Todd and Mike, and then Walter and Rick. So Ian resets the lap record for white. 5.921.
30 seconds.
So he owned the lap record for each lane for today from the semis, and he's pushing them down even further here in the final. 20 seconds to go.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Brandon 45, Ian 50,
Yeah.
Todd 47.
Unless they're real dirty.
Rick 45, Mac 47, Walt 45. Ian with 150, Todd 142, Walt 138, Rick 137, Brandon 136.
Yeah, he just came off 10 earlier.
Attention. 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
All right, we're halfway through the finals of the NSR Western Championship race. And at this point, is Ian Douglas leading the race with 150 laps. The next closest driver is Todd O'Leary, 142 laps. So he's already lap plus. And then we have Walter. Yes, Walter very close to Rick. So it's Walter in third, Walter Baines, and then in fourth is Rick Jocham. Just half a lap. Walter. In fifth, we have Brandon.
No, I think you're right.
this heat, but not quite like he's in his semi. He really smoking.
30 seconds.
It's getting too much better. Humidity. Humidity's probably almost 30%.
Just 3 more heats to go.
15.
Good luck.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Three more 5-minute heats to go. Looks like this one's being led by Rick. Rick is your leader, followed by Todd and Michael. And it's Walter. Someone came off. Todd and Michael, yellow and black, continuing to show them the way around for this heat. Todd's in second place in the overall as well. All drivers are on the lead lap with 8 laps in. Coming up on 10 laps, and they're all on the same lap. Todd's first to 10, but they all get 10 at the same time. Todd has not lapped one of them yet, but he's about to. He's coming up to the back of the field right now. So Todd is your yellow lane driver. Currently the standings are yellow, black, red, green.
Mike, 614 on black.
Ian has a best lap time in this heat. Way up there on red of a 5.969. In this heat, Todd also has gone under 6 seconds. He's got a 5.882 on yellow. That's very close to Ian's lap record of a 5.85. So Todd pushing pretty hard out there. In fact, takes the lead of this heat. It is Todd leading the heat over Ian. Todd continues to lead the heat, followed by Ian and Michael.
167, Walt 161, Rick 160, Brandon 160, Mac 160.
Few minutes to go on this heat. This is a typical 3 minutes is now passed, and they're going into the longer 5-minute heat with 30 laps in on yellow for Todd. 33 in. Ian is your leader in this heat, and he has about a half of a lap lead over, or excuse me, Todd is your leader on yellow, and he has about a half a lap lead over Ian. Ian's way up there on red. So red is the toughest lane. It's the longest. Maybe not the most difficult to drive, but it is the longest, and so it delivers the slowest lap time. So if you do well on red, you set to do well for the whole day.
Well, you always made me turn, Marshall.
Brandon now 609.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Ian still 596, Rick 623, Walt 621, Todd holding on to that 588, and so is Mike 613. 45 seconds.
So Todd continues to lead the heat, followed not closely by Ian.
30 seconds.
Todd and Ian way out in front of the rest of the guys who are pretty even. We got Brandon, Walter, and Mike, each with 44 laps. All of them still in the race for second place. And that's it. Just 2 heats to go now.
Rick 46, Brandon 47, Walt 47, Mike 47, Todd 49. Ian 199, Todd 191, Walt 185, Brandon 183, Rick 183, Mike 182.
Yeah.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
I think you got too much light on the outside.
Attention, 1 minute left.
There's pretty good dirt on that side. You want to just leave them? Or do you want me to just try and hit the inside?
45.
Done. Yeah, I'm good for that.
Okay.
Done.
30 seconds.
All right.
Thanks, bud.
Here we go. Heat number 5.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go again. 2 5-minute heats remain. And this one's off to a big start for Ian Douglas. Todd is in the lead, though, over Brandon. Todd and Brandon down there on black and yellow. Duking it out. Jeez, Ian's got 207 laps, and Todd just crossed 200. Todd's in second place. Ian's 8 laps out in front of him. And Ian hasn't made even one of those laps in this heat, so all 8 laps of his lead laps came in the previous 4 heats. So this is a pace Mill predicted. 2 laps per heat he's going to pick up. It looks like Ian's going to get 2 laps per heat.
Track call.
Okay,
I think you missed the
I missed a lap.
You missed a lap?
Not that it makes a difference, but I missed it.
2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, his was. So that one did miss.
Hey, that's it out.
Ka-ching.
So Todd leads over Ian. Todd down on black, Ian on green. He's right on schedule, at least, although this one he's not. We'll see. Right on schedule. So. It's Ian over Todd, over Walt, over Brandon, over Mike, and then Rick. Rick's up there on red, though. He may have a chance for a comeback, pull himself out of 6th place. I hope so. Although there's no favorites here. I'd like to see every one of these drivers do well.
Rick 640, Walt 650, Ian 592, Mac 612, Brandon 603, Todd 588.
So again, Ian and Todd, the only drivers running at less than 6 seconds. Although we've got a couple of 6.0s out of Michael and Brandon. Minute and a half to go.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute. And Ian and Todd stay on the same lap. Todd pushing real hard down there on black. He's going for a high lap total. Wants to make sure he's part of this final decision. Brandon giving it his all on yellow. Brandon gets to go to black. Brandon's in 3rd. He gets to go to black while Todd moves up in the other direction.
Oh, that was close. Nice, good call.
It's actually between the battle's really for 3rd place between Brandon and Michael. We'll see who can be the last man on the podium. Because the rest of the podium's looking pretty secure with only 1 heat to go. It is very likely to be Ian, your winner, and Todd in 2nd, with just
Not that it makes much difference, but
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
I told you. Dude, you got the right tuner. I'm going to be the difference for you.
I know. I was just thinking it wasn't enough grip, but now I see.
Yeah, but you can drive the That's why I was trying to turn.
Now I see.
Because you're coming through it. I'm really good.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Wow, where did all that oil come from?
30 seconds.
Here we go. Last and final heat. This is it? Yep. This is it, baby.
3, 2, 1. one, go.
Time to see if Ian can do 51.
Right, that'd be cool, but that's pretty complicated. Yeah, and actually, he might like that idea. Yeah, yeah. He mostly RC races and software. Like that idea. So that's a good suggestion.
Followed by Todd and Ian. The Three Musketeers. Walt, 656. Mike, 642.
So Ian now has a 9-lap lead over Todd O'Leary. Ian on
579. And Brandon,
Ian on yellow, Todd on blue. Ian has now done a 5.799 yellow. So he's got 2 laps in the 5.7s, a 5.799, a 5.778.
Rick, Todd, and Ian, and Brandon all on the same lap, 15. That's what you call competitive racing here at Country Green. Largest stock car facility in the world.
So Ian is your leader, followed by Todd, Brandon, Rick Jocham, Mike McClanahan, and Walter. Walter's falling to 6th out there on red. This is the final heat. The leader of this heat is Ian, followed by Todd and Rick. So where is Rick in the 3rd place? Brandon and Rick are separated by just a single lap. Brandon is ahead of Rick. So that's for 3rd place, guys. 1st and 2nd are pretty much decided. The race is for 3rd between Brandon and Rick. With 2 minutes to go. Oh, we got some marshalish troubles. He's got a chance at it. Yes, Brandon may well win one of those. He's in 3rd right now. Yep, people all over the world are watching right now as Ian Douglas leads over Todd O'Leary, Brandon Phillips, Rick Jocham, Michael McClanahan, and Walter Baines. So with just a minute to go, Brandon holds his 3rd spot over Rick by 1 lap. So Brandon almost exactly 1 lap ahead of Rick, it looks like. Rick would need to close a whole lap on Brandon to get that 3rd podium spot.
Brandon is about a lap ahead of Rick for 3rd.
30 seconds.
That's it. That stays pretty constant. Brandon down there on black, Rick up on green. Brandon continues to have a good black and maintain 3rd place. Go there and watch your daddy's about to win that trophy. 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds.
10 seconds to go.
Everybody get ready in 5, 4, 3,
is the end. That is the final. The final result. Ian wins overall with 299.6 laps. Top second, 290.1 laps. Brandon Phillips with 277. Fourth is Rick Jockum with 276. Fifth, Michael McClanahan with 274. And Walter with 271 laps. And that's it. Time to give out the final trophies. I sure hope all of you have enjoyed watching this, and I sure hope some of you will come back and watch us every time we do this. We're going to run 4 races like this a year. We'll have other races that are broadcast, but this manufacturers races are the big ones. We've got drivers coming from all over the country to race here with us at Electric Dreams. Ian Douglas, 2023 NSR Western National Champion. Before you put your stuff away, sir, come collect your hardware. They got some nice stuff for you over here. You want me to do the... So let's see what's going to happen. We may interview each of the first 3 drivers, but we're going to start with Ian, who won the race. So there were some predictions over here in the peanut gallery that you were going to win by 10 laps, and it's not quite what happened by 9 laps. So I think some side bets were lost, but in the overall, that didn't matter to you, does it?
No, I do not care what these guys were doing back here. No, I couldn't have asked for a better race. So it was flawless. Yeah.
Flawless, he says.
I did come out 2 times. I was trying to not come out all day, and I did screw that up. So I can do better.
I think I did see that because there was one.
Thank you.
It's your prize. That's motor number 1. That's the car that Andreas should be racing, but he will be racing something.
Okay.
That has the motor number 1.
Okay.
That's interesting because there's someone here today named Andres, and that is the car he ran.
The designer of the graphic.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, now I know more about that too. So that's some interesting side note for the race. So here he is with his large collection of hardware, all the goods. All right. Sure. Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. You deserve any praise anyone else give you. At least for now, maybe a few years from now, ride it while you're on top. And we got some other prizes and trophies over here. There's some gorgeous Corvettes that are being given out. All top 6 drivers will receive a car and a plaque. And the top 3 will receive these nice glass trophies. And that is the kind of trophy you might really be proud to display. Those are cool looking trophies. So there will be another chance for all of us to come and try to get some of this great stuff that Marco and Electric Dreams are handing out. Now Marco's pointing out that all of the cars that are being awarded to the drivers are autographed by NSR personnel, by the current Salvadore, who's running NSR Racing. All right, well, I think I'm going to sign off here. Again, I just want to say thank you to everyone for listening. Electric Dreams says thank you. They hope you enjoyed every minute of the broadcast. Have a great day, folks. Bye.
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't follow up as well as I'd hoped. I hope they stand on the original. I went from 161 to 156. Yeah, he's right underneath.
Yeah, I felt like it seemed that the track was the fastest at the end of it was the most clean and in the most best condition. As soon as the other semis came, we were getting quite as many 590s.
So tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. See you next year.